Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Moved into a new place. Congratulations. I saw, yeah, there are a couple congratulations in order. If Nehemiah's in here, I think they just graduated from college, if I was seeing in the Discord group. I pay attention sometimes. Hey. Cool hoodie. Thank you. I got it in Seattle. I will probably spend a bit of time talking about Seattle. For those who don't know why I was not here streaming for the last week, I have been over in Seattle. Put on a little chapstick. For the SIF Film Festival. I was there to help my friend, filmmaker, director Mia Moore capture some behind the scenes footage, as well as see her new movie Again, which was so fucking good. Can you talk about the Epstein victims talking in Congress, please? Absolutely. We have a packed day today, by the way. Because I don't usually get a lot of yes. CT 2026 is part of the docket. Oh, the counterterrorism 2026? Yes. Well, we talked about that a couple days before everybody else started talking about it. And I believe it's the same counterterrorism memo that was circulating when we spoke about it. But yeah, I will talk about that because they just keep fucking escalating shit against trans people specifically. Really quick, El Savvy, thank you very much for $5. Darn you, DD, you've been way too long. My wallet's now getting fat with cash. Oh no. Nehemiah, thank you very much for 20. Graduated from college with a bachelor's in linguistics and minors in history and Jewish studies this weekend. Have some money for getting me through the last few years. Thank you very much and congratulations. That is a fucking massive, massive step. I do love the hoodie. The hoodie is rad. The hoodie, I got this from a thrift store in Seattle because Koa and I were freezing our buns off over there, being the sweet summer children we are. And yeah, we ended up getting two coats actually, one for me, one for them. Well, this isn't much of a coat, but a sweatshirt. And okay, I need to feed the cat because she's screaming at me. All right, give me 1 second, chat. Wet, quiet. But the one for me. Yeah, that's what you sound like. Shushka babushka. Alrighty. Hoodie Kate. It's gonna be 90 plus tomorrow. Ugh. Hell. Oh yeah, I saw that. Chud the Builder is like, Chud the Builder came out of nowhere on my radar because I don't keep up with any of these dorks, and then it was just like Chud the Builder gets an altercation. I was like, yeah, no, duh. This you mean to tell me this dipshit's whole deal is just going around and harassing people? Shocking. I'm shocked. Nehemia, thank you for $5. By the way, I'm assuming we'll talk about Clav getting frame mogged by the judge. We might. I wasn't kidding. We have a lot to go over today. Fuck. and now I have a week. So all right, let's chill and talk for a little bit because it's going to be a heavy day. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try and pace out the topics so we don't get burnt out too quick. And so let's chill, talk for a little bit, and then I want to talk about Juniper Blessing, and the other trans people who have been murdered this year. Let me see. What am I drinking? I am having a Kirkland brand sparkling tropical energy drink. It's all right. Nehemia, would it be all right to share jokes along the way to bring some levity? Uh, yeah, within reason. Within reason. Uh, yeah, man. So we are. We'll talk about that. We've got a lot to talk about. Holy shit. Max's Animates, thank you for another 5. Hey, Didi, welcome back. Hope you've been well, as any of us can be at least. Do anything fun last week? I did. I went to, so again, let's talk about the fun stuff for a second before we take it to a dark place. I went to SIFF in the Seattle International Film Festival. Well, Johnny Varro, we have some other topics today. I am not needing for topics today, but I will definitely keep that in mind. And yeah, Koa and I are now. We have such a fire under us to move to Seattle or move to the Seattle area because we spent basically 5 days walking around in between helping Mia, get some footage for behind the scenes and get some footage from the premiere and just helping with whatever Mia and the crew needed help with for the premiere of Again. Koa and I we were meeting people. I want to thank, by the way, I kept it. I kept another list of people who came up and said something to me. Names. Okay. I specifically want to thank Aaron, Kim, Yarrow, and Ember for coming up at the premiere and saying hi, for recognizing me for my content. That was so cool. I love again, I love Seattle. I love that area. We walked around Capitol Hill for like 2 days. We just went to so many thrift stores and so many cool gay bars, and I don't know. It was weirdly affirming. It was weirdly a moment of being like, "Oh shit, no, we do belong here." Like this feels more welcoming and more like home than Spokane in so many ways. And so that is my like fucking quest right now. I've been working the last couple days to like find ways to sell off a bunch of just a lot of the stuff I have in storage and I've had in storage for years. Because Ko and I are gunning to move to Seattle by the end of the year. And it was so seeing the movie, seeing it again was really fucking awesome. If you haven't watched the interview I did with Mia, go watch that. The movie isn't out. They are, this was their premiere of the film on the festival kind of circuit. And I have no doubt that Mia and the team will be able to get more people to show it at their festivals, and the word of mouth should keep growing because it is so goddamn good. It was a weird moment because I'm like, you sit down for your friend's movie and I'm just like, I hope it's good. And it was fucking phenomenal. Nehemia, how much do you still need to be able to move? So right now it's a matter of I'm finishing paying down some debt and then saving up, and from there it is just a matter of, as Dave Ramsey would put it, beans and rice, rice and beans, until we can get over there, because it's going to be a matter of also finding a place to live, because I don't make enough from this job to be able to afford like a downtown. Not even fucking close to be able to afford downtown. So it'll have to be outside Seattle, but it's totally cool because holy fucking shit, the light rail system in Seattle. I can't properly portray to you how revolutionary the light rail is in Seattle. Being in a major city, in a major metropolitan area, several cities linked together, and having a light rail that can get you from Linwood to downtown Seattle in like a half hour. I was fucking blown away. And also the other thing, if you see me picking at my face today, I did have and the reason I'm not wearing any makeup is I had a bit of a chemical reaction incident to a skincare routine. So like my eyes are still a little bit puffy. Thankfully it's mostly gone now. But like I woke up one day and my eyes were like super swollen. I was like, what the fuck? And so now I have a bunch of like my face is like peeling and it's gross. So I don't think it'll come across on the camera, thankfully, but if I had put makeup on, it would just be horrifying. Holocoffin, it's fucking life-changing. It is. I'm like it just felt like a thing where, and we don't have that a lot anymore. We don't have like the technology that comes along and you're like, fuck, this is like the future right here. But it felt like I imagine what people went through seeing like a cell phone or an iPod for the first time, being like, this changes fucking everything. Like this is a reset. Hope you heal quickly. Yes, I'm healing it, but like I'm healing fine. I'll be fine, but it's just been a couple of days of being like, it feels kind of like a sunburn actually. Elsav, thank you for $5. Come on, TT, we are your loyal piggy banks for you to shake. We can fund your expenses. I do not need. There are plenty of other people out there who need it way more than I'm fine working for my move like everybody else. Dexter Bunko, thank you very much for $9.99. Fuck Dave Ramsey, but here's to your Seattle fund. Oh yes, fuck Dave Ramsey, absolutely. God, who did a good video on Dave Ramsey? I think it might have been Big Joel that did a really good video on Dave Ramsey. Awesome Stella got to take a couple of buses in the city we were visiting last summer. They were pretty good for what we got while there. Yeah. How much is rent in the Seattle area? So where we were, we ended up hanging out with some really that's the other thing that I think was like really nice and healing was being able to spend time and meet, thanks to, everybody who came out, everybody who, talked with me, everybody who like came to hang out with us. Shout out to Possum from Twitter. And then of course like Mia and Mia's friends, and Mia has a ton of her own queer and trans friends. And it was just a very, I don't know, healing is a strong word, but it was a very nice experience to like go to a film festival, go to a trans film being featured at a film festival, and have an audience of people who were equally representative of like, here are a ton of local area trans people, trans women, trans men, non-binary people, all kinds. And then also a lot of just people who like films, people who like good movies, who are just there because they heard good word of mouth. And so that's really nice to just, I don't know, kind of live in for a couple days before coming back to fuck ass Spokane. Shuan has having a one-sided beef with Hassan right now. That I think that was why I noticed an uptick in my Shuan head video. Every now and then a weird video will like get a brief bump and I'm like, oh Christ, what happened now? Do I ever plan on joining a tenant union given that you currently can't afford to purchase a home of your own? It depends. So in Spokane specifically, tenant rights are fucking terrible. We do have tenant rights, but my apartment building woof. I'm never gonna say anybody should willingly rent from RenCorp fucking Realty. That said, our goal is to find a place. An ideal place would be somewhere where we can get a condo, and even if it's small, even if it's meager, something that we can pay into actually having some kind of ownership, having something, because that's like how you build wealth or whatever the fuck. But more so that I'm tired of just throwing money away every month. I'm getting to that point in my life where it's like I want a little bit more. And the cool thing again about this light rail and having incredibly robust public transit over in Seattle is that I can still not have a car, which is rad for me, because I would very much like to just never fucking have a car. Magar, thank you for $5. Once upon a time, every major city had train stations connecting them with satellite towns around them. Then the Fire Nation attacked. Then they built fucking I-95. Hey, they made a documentary about that. Gosh, what was it called? I think it was called Cars. Else, Laura, FTF, and 7. Thank you for following. Yeah, Rowan Doggo, that shit's real. Spokane is basically just Coeur d'Alene light. Yep. Any specific reason you're against cars? I mean, I just don't want, mostly because they're expensive. Mostly because like, I hate. It's weird because I'm regularly a pretty go with the flow kind of person. Like just out and about, like with plans and all that stuff. Cars piss me off because the idea that I would become dependent on it and then gas prices spike and then I just don't have money is like, bah. Nathan, does Koa have much income you can dip into? No. I am the breadwinner. Koa is the job market in Spokane, rough. And if people remember, they were let go when the business they worked for just shuttered all of its locations last year. So it was like kind of a really weird time, and job market fucking real bad right now. Yeah, and car repairs are expensive. Cars themselves are expensive. Car insurance is expensive. Gas is expensive. Like, I'm a good driver. I don't necessarily hate cars, but it is so expensive. It's so expensive. And that's mostly my reasoning. Exactly, Naomi Francis. I feel like I'm dependent on a money pit with cars, and I like. It takes me back to growing up, which, for those who don't know, growing up, I was basically entirely raised by a struggling single mom, who worked damn hard, worked good jobs, not like super great paying jobs, but solid enough. And like I have memories of like a tire getting blown out or something happening with an engine, and suddenly we have to get fucking Little Caesars for 2 weeks, until somebody gets paid. Like, and that, I think maybe that made me a little bit gun shy growing up, seeing that, being like, what the fuck? Paradoxical piece, me over here looking at buying a new car because my current one is starting to give out. Hey, yo. Hey, 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 hey. Whoa. Give me 1 second. Thank you. The fucking Boss Scout hoodie. That's so dope. I have a weird kinship I feel like, which is weird to say as like a very urban black artist. But I think the ethos of Basca, I have a very I have a weird kinship with, I'll say. But yeah, El Salvador always had to walk to high school. Yep. I walked everywhere, and I still do kind of walk everywhere, but I'm in a much easier area to do it. But like, I walked a mile back and forth when I was still in college. Like I walked hour and a half every day each way for when I was at my first job. When I was in Minneapolis, I would walk an hour plus to get to the Game Informer offices. Like it's rough. Anyway, yeah, I had a wonderful time in Seattle, and if anybody has if anybody wants, or if anybody has leads on like good people who are looking to rent or lease or anything like that, feel free to reach out to me on something, because I am dead serious about getting the fuck out of Spokane. And I'm tired of being. Oh, I'm so tired of being in this town. All right, I'm gonna go grab my headphones, and then we're gonna break into some of the other stuff we have going on today. And I actually have, so yeah, all right, give me 1 second. Thank you, Indigo Crow. Spokane is the pits. Hope you get settled somewhere else soon. Me too. Me too. Bad and Banana still talking about Diddy. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Jake GPT. Do you think the Mossad Times, I mean, the Daily Wire, will shut down, or do you think their oil baron AstroTurf money will keep them afloat? That's a good question. I don't know. I am constantly surprised by how long cockroaches of that ilk manage to hang on against the all odds is really the thing. Bad Banana tried to compare herself to the Russian nihilists. Zach Anderson, I don't know. I think he brings up good points. Granted, from what I can tell, it's old drawn. I'm sure Dead Domain has changed their opinions, but now, yeah, I have. Like, and that's the thing. He sent an email to me, that was. It's so nothing about the demeanor or the way he goes about interacting with the people he criticizes or even the subjects he covers. Nothing about it says that he genuinely cares about educating people or hoping people improve their ways. And I think it's so clear that he is just reaching. Like, yeah, I have, and I will be open. And I have talked extensively about how I've changed my opinions. Like, and it's very frustrating then to get people being in my comments saying shit that I'm like, the only way you can think this is if you don't know literally anything about me. Like, people out here saying I'm a Democrat Party supporting, step in line Zionist shill. that I am just out here saying, oh no, like I'm fucking waving the Israeli flag. Like they're making me out like I'm John fucking Fetterman or something. And I'm just like, man. Sure, dude. Okay. Rowan Doggo, that's actually a really good way to put it. He's the poster child of Reddit leftist purity testing. Yeah. And it is the thing that's really frustrating is that, I mean, it's partially frustrating just because of like how it works as a rhetorical device, but it's also incredibly revealing. And I think the way he's been crashing out about me in particular, anybody who isn't completely, who has two brain cells to rub together should be able to realize just by looking at it that he's not engaging in good faith. That every time somebody disproves an assertion he makes, he just moves the goalpost. Like the idea that I said something in the past which I no longer agree with, like comparing, which by the way he takes out of context, and I specifically say the clip that's going around that's on Twitter, he specifically says something to the effect of, I said if Palestine got all of the land of Israel back, it would be Nakba for Jews, which I didn't. I said it would be like the Nakba, and then I specifically say it wouldn't be. It would be different because Nakba is an Arabic word. In the clip he showed, the same clip, that I say the government of Israel doesn't have a right to exist. Like it's just very frustrating because then you can be like, okay, but, and clarify what you're saying in this offhanded clip that he got, I'm sure, one of his weird parasocial followers to find from a stream 2 years ago. And I can be like, okay, this wasn't the best way I could have said this, but also I don't believe this anymore. I just don't. I believe that Israel is an objectively evil state. I don't think Israel should exist in any way. Do I think Palestinians should have their land back? Absolutely. It would be more like the expulsion of German settlers from Eastern Europe. Yeah, probably. But it's also a fucking, like, I don't know. It is a hypothetical, and I think lambasting somebody as basically saying that I, myself, personally, am essentially responsible for genocide and support the Democratic Party uncritically, and I'm a treatler and all this other shit that he's been crashing out on Twitter saying, because of a hypothetical that I myself don't even agree with anymore, because I have taken a lot of time and energy to read, to research Israeli society, to listen to Palestinian writers and historians and voices. And the moving of the goalposts is fascinating to watch, because when I say that, he will say something like, okay, no, I'm just faking it. I'm doing it because it is more, it makes me more money to pretend to be anti-Zionist. That this is a thing, by the way. He is saying right now on Twitter that the only reason I am for Palestinian control, for Palestinian self-determination, is because it makes more money to be anti-Zionist. That is what he is saying. Okay. 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 Yeah, it's no true leftist shit all the way down. Having you done this before? He has. It's so all of this goes back to, and it's very plain when you actually look at what he's saying. It goes back to the fact that I just insulted him. Like, that's it. I insulted him, and he has maybe the thinnest skin of any content creator I've seen. I'm like, that's it. Sorry. All right, let me go back up for the chat a little bit. His main channel stuff is actually somewhat well researched. He throws out pretty much all that rigor for dumb internet purity drama farming. Yeah, it's really, and he was so okay. So the other thing he was getting mad at was apparently I had slandered or besmirched or smeared the name of good anti-Zionists, and then his evidence for this was me saying that it sure is weird how every time, or something to the effect of bad empanada, whenever he targets me, I always have a bunch of actual Nazis in my responses. And that was his way of saying, oh, you besmirched the good name of my work in anti-Zionism. I'm like, no, I'm not. I've never done anything to say, ooh, bad empanada does bad research, to say that his researched videos aren't good, because like most people, I agree, he's done a lot of good work. And I absolutely stand, I will, hats off to him. Not only has he done a lot of good work, he's done a lot of good scholarship on Gaza. And it is so fucking frustrating for him to equivocate the fact that he has done that work, which is true, with being criticized for the way he goes about criticizing others, which is fucking unhinged. Anyway, sorry. The second you call it an intifada, Vince McMahon money give. Yeah, it. Oh no, I think, and again, I haven't watched. He put out a new video on me. You can go watch it. I don't really care. I'm not going to watch it on stream because that's what he wants. He wants to drama farm. I'm not going to let him. But people were showing up in my comments saying something to the effect of, I hope that $7,000 was worth it. So what I think he's doing is now spreading a conspiracy or conspiracy theorizing, which he's already doing by saying I'm a secret Zionist. Conspiracy theorizing that I got paid $7,000 by Israel at some point, which no. Even in my most lib-coded moments, even in the regretfully worded shit from my anti-Semitism video that I took down, I never was a full-throated fucking Zionist. Never was. That just didn't fucking happen. I have grown far more radical, far more passionate about the Palestinian cause over time, because like I said, as I've learned, as I've grown. But the idea that I got $7,000, and granted, I haven't watched his video, I don't know if he said that. All I know is that people have shown up in my comments saying that they hope the $7K I got paid was worth it to sell out to Israel. And I'm like, dog, if somebody's paying me $7K, I fucking wish I knew. Anyway, let me go through these really quick. Nehemiah, thank you very much for $10. Damn, anti-Zionism makes more money than Zionism. That must be why my uni president cannot speak with my anti-Zionist Jewish student group, but did meet in person with a number of Zionist organizations. Yeah, like that's the wildest shit in the world. The idea that like, oh yeah, no, there's all the money's in anti-Zionism now. Yeah, dude. Juliana, thank you very much for 33 months. Anime Fox 8323, thank you for 5. Are we going to address Anna Kasparian's Karen rant with Miriam Francois? I was completely unfamiliar with that. Anna Kasparian hasn't even done that. It hasn't even popped on my radar. Ria Saris, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. El Salve, thank you for another 5. Imagine World War III, Empanada sees rightoids advancing towards him and leftists. He instead turns around and fires at leftists because they're Zionists. Unironically, the shit he would say. Colleen Watley, 7K I would think is in reference to the chorus sandal, not that you were part of that. I famously wasn't. Like, yeah, I do not even, like, that's the other thing. I'm still, like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm a pretty small voice. Like, in trans and queer spaces, I stand out because there aren't a lot of openly trans and queer political streamers. But altogether, I have a pretty small platform, right? I tend to, or I try to punch above my weight in tackling bigger projects and tackling more ambitious stuff. But I am not like, I don't have like 1 million subscribers, right? Like I'm not Contra. The idea that I'm on the level of getting $7,000, that's like, that is double what I make most months from just YouTube, from just ad revenue, which is my primary income. Like the idea is fucking wild, dude. Are you a DSA member? No. No, I am not. I've had too many, and I've talked about my feelings on the DSA in the past, where I've had too many bad experiences with people in my local DSA who I think are very libbed up. But granted, that's fucking Spokane. The thing is that in a place like Seattle, I could see a DSA organization being more radical, or at the worst, more radical people, more principled people being able to form a better organization splintering off from the DSA. Because so the problem is that the DSA is almost like the Satanic Temple, in that they have a bunch of different chapters. Like, it's not a fucking centralized organization. There is a hierarchy, but you're gonna vary your fucking mileage depending. Zach Anderson, my family's joined the local DSA chapter, and so have I. See, and I think that it's good. I don't think the DSA should be a be-all, end-all of any kind of political movement, and I think too many people, because this is America, and go watch my video on Society about this, but too many people think that, okay, I joined a political activist movement, we're good, right? We done a democracy. It's like, nah, there's like so much more you got to do. So much more. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Also, fun fact, there were groups of leftists like Bad and Panada who fired at their leftists in the Russian Revolution. They were called the Bolsheviks. Interesting. 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 Soas93, first time watching stream. Thank you for the commentary. While I do things, it makes my evening more enjoyable. Oh, thank you. I am glad to be here. Oh my goodness. One who reads, thank you for 11 months, 335 days. Sub now, gift subs to indigent comrades. And Juliana, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Valerie, the lovely Italian. I was actually in a DSA meeting, which is why I was late to stream. Yeah, and like we have a political organization meeting here, but it's so hard to keep people engaged right now, which I think is the bigger problem with DSA. And they talk about this. I was reminded, I rewatched for the video I did on like culture and cultural decline that just came out. I rewatched How to Blow Up a Pipeline, and I forgot how head on that movie tackles the idea of like student organization and being like, no, we gotta act small and work within the system and change it incrementally. And the protagonist being like, but that's not gonna, like, that's, the system is resistant to change and it's gonna fucking spit it back in your face. Nehemia, I've been to a few DSA meetings, and at each one, people were trying to convince me that Ukraine is just as bad as Russia in this conflict and that Stalin wasn't a bad guy. And that's the fucking thing where I'm like, come on, man. What are we fucking doing? Like, what? Okay. Amy Van Hart, thank you for 16 months. So let's go through. God damn, we have so much to go through. We have a very fun video from the Birdman coming through, exposing the grift. Asmongold doesn't understand DEI and affirmative action. I'm excited to look at that one. We have Ben Shapiro's media empire is collapsing. We have Justice Department secures landmark resolution to end pediatric gender-affirming care. We have a lot to go through. Of course, today has been a rough day. Day ending in Y in America, where there is a mass shooting. This time specifically targeting a minority group. From the San Diego Union Tribune, if you haven't heard about this. 5 dead, including 2 teenage suspects at San Diego mosque shooting. Security guard at the Islamic Center of San Diego was among those killed outside the building on Monday. Two teenage suspects were found dead of apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds in a vehicle nearby. Report of an active shooter came in shortly after 11:40 a.m. Officers found 3 dead men in front of the center, one of whom was a security guard. Their names have not been released. The suspects, ages 17 and 19, apparently killed themselves. After leaving the center, Wall said the 2 shooters fired at a landscaper working in the area. That man was not injured. Wall said all the children who were attending a school at the site were safe. Quote, and I'll tell you what got me, watching the kids come running out, just thankful to be alive. It is, oh my fucking God. Ooh, Rowan Doggo, you just activated my trap card. Talking really quick about leftist solidarity in Spokane. Leftist solidarity in Spokane is so weak. Remember in 2020 during the BLM protests where the National Guard fired tear gas and the judge cheered on Jimmy Johns for throwing protesters to pigs? So, yeah, I was there. I was there in the tear gas. I saw a local indigenous protester have her fucking face held down by the bacon grease pans of the Spokane PD. Held her face into a fucking smoke grenade. Or whatever the fuck the tear gas was. And then, so it was declared a riot after the fucking Spokane PD. I've told this story before. After the Spokane PD failed to stop people from breaking in, no, it was the crowd that stopped people and pushed people who tried to break in, tried to actually get a riot going out of the local Nike store downtown. It was the crowd that maintained the peace. It was the crowd that were shouting, stay peaceful. And then about 20, 30 minutes later, they just decide to launch tear gas at a group of peaceful protesters, including a bunch of women and children. And yeah, we spent a couple hours trying to throw shit back at them and eventually dispersed. And I know a bunch of people who got arrested. And the next day, fucking Spokane goddamn City Hall. I've never been so disgusted. This was like a real, oh no, it was a real moment for me. Because the next day, after police tear-gassed civilians who were protesting, Spokane City Hall worked with local organizations and local groups, and they basically turned it into a fucking party. They took the BLM protest and literally made it into a pizza party. They put out a stage. They brought free pizza. It was the most fucking bread and circuses shit I've ever seen. I was blown away. Because I was married at the time, and my ex-wife and I were like, okay, yeah, round 2, let's go. We're back in it. We had brought extra gear. We had brought extra water. We were like, nope, we're not fucking going anywhere. We are standing our ground. And just to arrive at the site of the protest, where like the day before, innocent people were being tear gassed, and we were showing out to protest again. And it was nothing but like youth group dance party vibes. It was incredible. It was a black pilling moment. I'm not going to fucking lie. And it completely disillusioned me from any idea that Spokane as a city or Spokane City Hall has any fucking interest in any accountability, which isn't hard to make that leap, but it really that was a fucking learning experience. Did I take some of the pizza? No. I straight up, I was like, fuck this. Like, we didn't stay for like 20 minutes. We were like, it felt wrong. It felt like profane. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 50 biddies. So I had a fascinating experience recently. ICE came to my drive-thru and demanded a military discount. I had to gently remind them they are DHS employees and not active duty military. Can't give ICE a discount for the same reason I can't give Jimmy at the DMV a discount. Also, I might have upcharged them intentionally. See, that's called God, what is it? That's malicious compliance. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Yep. Joseph V, that was Woodward. Yeah, it sure was Nadine. It sure. I think I've met Nadine. I feel like I've met Nadine at one fucking event or another. Praxis. Yes, indeed. Hey, Anthony. For having spent almost 3 years separating anti-Zionism from it, hoping it was in good faith, but this just clogs the discourse. What are we talking about, to be fair? About Love Spooge. Love Splooge is a... Love Spooge. Loves to Spooge. Okay. Crazy fucking name, by the way. Hey, Anthony. I actually had a cool and I'm gonna put it in the Discord for people who are in Seattle. I had a really cool interaction. So first off, shout out to Sarah and Garrett, who helped Koa and I out massively. Let us stay at their place, crash at their pad for a couple of days. Koa and I are haunted now because I don't know what it is, but the smash burger at the Sonic around the corner from their house hits different. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, Vesper, there's no way a Sonic cheeseburger hits at all because it's a Sonic cheeseburger. And listen, I understand. I get it. I don't know what special concoction of overworked, underpaid angst had to go in, what magic sauce they pulled from the ether. Those fucking burgers hit. So much so that when we got home, we were like, you know what sounds fucking good? A Sonic burger. And it didn't hit. It didn't. It was terrible. But anyway, around the corner from the place we were staying, again, shout out to the homies, there was a gas mart, and every morning I would go and do my ritual. I would get a drink and a snack while I'm getting up and doing some writing and stuff before we headed into town. And it was weird because I don't remember what day it was. It's like second or third day I was there, and there was a old white lady who was handing out flyers, who was talking to the workers, who looked Hispanic, and was telling them about, like, okay, here's where ICE has been raiding lately. Here's the unmarked cars they're driving. Here's, like, giving them a full fucking lowdown of, like, who to contact and passing out these flyers, and they were fucking awesome. And I ended up talking to her a little bit and picking her brain. And I took some notes. I need to go through them and upload that to, because I overheard the conversation as I was about to leave, and I waited for her, and I was like, hey, are you, like, helping out local people around here? I do this, and I know other people in the area, or at least my audience, if they're in the Seattle area, would, probably be down to help in some capacity. So I have some details on that. I took pictures of the pamphlets because she only had one to give away and wanted to give them to the people working there. And so I will try to remember to clean those up and put those in the Discord for everybody. Nehemia, thank you for another 10. At the Jake Lang thing in January, I was maybe one of 100 to 200 protesters swarming the motherfucker, and there were maybe 1,000 more dicking around across the street holding up signs and chanting peacefully. Uh. Oh, somebody did ask me about Devil May Cry Season 2. No, I haven't seen that shit. I still haven't seen Season 1. Everybody said that it was absolutely worth it to not see Season 1. Like, don't go fucking watch it. And honestly, once I saw they made Lady into a fucking cop, I was like, oh, they don't get it. They straight up do not get Devil May Cry. When I saw that they inserted like America in shit, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? It's a fucking fantasy game series. God, no. What's his fuck is on the list? 80 Shankar, you are on the motherfucking list. Got in an argument with the showrunner on Twitter. Ooh, that motherfucker. Best thing is the animation. The animation looks fine. It's just like the fucking writing and the characterization of those characters is like literally everything I've seen about it is, oh, you just don't get this. You don't get this. Like the idea of this motherfucker. Are we talking about the IRA? Whoa. Hey, Eric, you good, dog? Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, God, don't. If he tries adapting shit, like. Ugh. No, I feel robbed that we didn't get, because somebody pointed out or we're sharing scenes from Castlevania Season 1, and I remember really liking Season 1 and 2. And the idea of, like, Warren Ellis writing the brothers' battle between Virgil and Dante, we could have had it all, man. We could have had fucking peak. It's a shame because I think the music for DMC hits. Yeah, it looks good, but story has nothing to do with the game. And that's the annoying part. It, like, Devil May Cry is so, and particularly the vibes of Devil May Cry 3. Because when people think of vibes of the games, I think they think of 1 and 3 and 5 a bit. But the vibes of Devil May Cry 3 are based in such a hyper specific early 2000s idea of what is cool. The same with the first game. Like, it is such a incredibly dated, now dated, I would say even retro, like post DMC era of shit that is influenced by things like Hellsing and Claymore and Berserk, like heavily influenced by anime, but also like American heavy metal aesthetics. And I think trying to remove any of those pieces kind of fucks with the mix. Like, it kind of messes up the whole concoction, right? Like, I think that's what Devil May Cry 5 understood, is that, like, yeah, we'll have a fucking song called Devil Trigger. Like, yeah, Dante will be an old man. What does a Michael Jackson dance? Sure. Because it has to be a little bit silly with it. Yes, and Spectral Phantom. There was I have the first 2 volumes of the OG anime for Devil May Cry, the one that was made to tie into DMC4. And that is like an actual, it's not great, but it's fun. It's like a serialized kind of monster of the week thing where Dante fights a different enemy every week, and it has a lot of really fun characterization. Has one of my favorite fucking lines in the series where Lady gets mad at Trish for shooting her hair, which is just very funny. I don't know. That series is pretty good. How badly would I want a diamond art done of lamb chop? I would love a diamond art of lamb chop. I don't know what that means. You could be meaning I love lamb chop. I love lamb. I love lamb. Do you actually love the lamb, or are you just saying that? Enzo 628. Dead Domain. Bad Banana made a video calling you a Zionist shill recently. Yeah, we talked about that. Look, the guy can fucking have his parasocial viewers clip 30 seconds from a stream I did 2 years ago. Anybody can watch me for a couple hours and understand, oh, I don't think that way anymore. And there's just nothing I can say that will change his mind or his most rabid fans' minds. And so, like, I'm not gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna address it anymore. If you want to know my opinions on the whole thing, go back like I don't know, 20 minutes. Nehemia, thank you for 5. Joke time. What do you call a joke with no punchline? I do not know. Tell me. Tell me. That stream was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Diamond art. When you say diamond art, do you mean an actual diamond? Because that's the wildest part. Oh, that's so pretty. I would love to have lamb chop. I would hang it up. I would hang it up. I would hang it up so much. So really quick, yeah, my fucking heart sank when I saw this news, and I was so happy that 2 of the only people who died were the scumfuck shooters. Like I living in America is this concept. I bring this up again in the cultural decline video. If you haven't watched it yet, it got rave reviews from everybody who's checked it out. And thank you, by the way, to everybody who has watched and who has engaged and given criticism, both good and bad. That video means a lot to me. It's one of my favorite ones I've done this year. It is also rough. It's hard. It was hard to make, and I imagine it's hard to sit through, but I appreciate everybody who has. And one of the things I bring up in that video is how, like, we are in America, people just seem to not give a fuck about gun violence. And there is this constant roulette every member of American society is playing before, oh, how many people are going to die today? How many people are going to be shot today? How many people who deserve to go home and see their families won't be able to because the gun lobby owns politicians on every side? And so, like, I am, and I think all of us are numb in a way to this idea where you see mass shooting and you look for the death toll, because that is how we judge the loss of human life, and it fucking sucks. It's sickening. So seeing 3 died, I was like, fuck, it's going to be kids. It's going to be fucking kids because we live in America. Of course it's going to be kids. And then to find out that 2 of them were not children, were not complete innocents taken senselessly, but were in fact the shitheel assholes who wanted to murder these children. Like, take yourself out. Good. Like, I don't have anything else to say. Except for the fact that I hope the family of that security guard, there's no way for anybody to rest easy after losing a loved one. There's no way for anybody to take comfort in a loss. But somebody to give their life in that way, defending children like that, is a fucking hero. I don't think there's any debate to be had there. And like that is a I just hope the family knows, like, how many people they probably saved. I hope they know that they knew and they loved a hero. Well, that's a fucking lie. Sorry. We have every single police officer available throughout our county that dropped what they're doing. They did exactly what they're trained to do: run towards gunfire. We can't be saying that about American police, dog. We can't be saying that about American police. Come on, man. You didn't stop them. You didn't what? NJM R7X. To be honest, as a Muslim American, I can't help but be so tired and afraid constantly. Yeah, I don't fucking. It fucking sucks. Like the idea at any time. And the more rhetoric is allowed to spread, the more people like Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon and all of these crypto Nazi fucks are allowed to just pillage and plunder and spread their bullshit, the more it seeps down into, and I'm willing to bet it'll come out that these kids were radicalized online and they were groomed by some Discord server, and it's probably another fucking 764 thing. And it's so, like, the idea that innocent children were their targets. It's sickening. It's fucking sickening. The Islamic Center is the largest mosque in San Diego County. It's home to Al Rashid School, which offers courses in Arabic language, Islamic studies, and the Quran. The center holds 5 daily prayers and a variety of educational talks and seminars. On its website, the center says it works with other mosques in the region to sponsor and hold events for the local Muslim community. The center's imam, Taha Hassani, told reporters he was outraged that someone would target a place of worship. He said the mosque and all other places of worship, quote, should always be protected. People come to the Islamic Center to pray, to celebrate, to learn. This is something we have never expected. Oh my God. Fucking. Have any of you noticed Miller laying low lately? Yeah, he fucking there was a art. God, I don't think I put it in the docket. But there was an article about how so many people on the inside, especially after what happened in Minneapolis, and the Twin Cities area after Alex Preddy and Renee Good, there was a lot of talk about how people inside brought it down. And because, of course, you have a den of vipers like the Trump administration, nobody ever is going to take accountability. So the buck constantly gets passed. But the problem is that this shit rolls uphill. So nobody on the lower level, it's also what happens when you have so many people who want to take all the credit. So you get people like Stephen Miller, like Kash Patel, like Pete Hegseth, who want to be seen as representative of whatever fucking project they're assigned to, and will come out and are constantly on Fox News, and they're constantly talking shit up and making an ass of themselves in public, but they are the public face of these efforts. So the buck stops with them, whether they fucking like it or not. Good. Like, good. Bloinker once had a chat with an American who was very critical of his country. The way he would still instinctively say America was the best country on the planet genuinely scared me. It is, I wouldn't even call it, well, no, it is cult behavior. You're right. I was going to say, how wouldn't you call it cult behavior because it's taught to us from birth? But it's like, yeah, that's cult behavior. Yeah, it is. It's very frustrating to see people out here like Contra and Stacey K and people who are incredibly libbed up, who just, they understand at a basic level, they understand the flaws with America, but they only understand it through the context of like one party, two party shit. They don't understand it, or they willfully ignore the fact that where we are right now isn't just because of Republicans, right? It's not, we aren't dealing with ICE just because fucking, Donald Trump, he founded ICE. It's like, no, dog. We are here with our massively expanding surveillance state, with all of these just complete tramplings of law, legality, people's human rights, because of a succession of those efforts with a common goal. That is to expand the power, the reach of the oligarch class. Now, see, now I'm sounding like a common goal to expand the power and the reach of the oligarch class. Okay? And you'll see this happened under Obama. Obama, and I know the liberals out there don't like me bringing this up, Obama enabled drone strikes. Obama bombed civilians in the Middle East. Obama bailed out Wall Street. There are a lot of things that the people who are like, oh my gosh, I can't wait. I remember when we had Obama. Remember when we had Biden. It's like, what did Biden do? Like, functionally, what did Biden do? People will say, oh, he did. He made really great. He was so pro-union and he did all this shit. Okay. Roe v. Wade. What the fuck happened there, dog? What happened with ICE? And people will be like, well, they didn't do this. They had. It's like, no. If there are two things that we can see from both progressives and conservatives right now, is that if you want to do something in government, if you are an elected representative in some shade, if you want to get something done, you can get it done. Like, you're going to fucking tell me all the shit Mom Donnie's doing right now in New York, changing the motherfucking game and revealing just how goddamn easy it is. If you want to get something done, you can get something done. And then the inverse of that is what Trump is doing. If you want to do something at that level of power, turns out he can just fucking do it. And everybody else is going to get caught up in red tape trying to stop him and litigating and deciding after the fact, like, oh, well, was this legal? Oh, it's like, no, you can just fucking do it. But no, every lib was too up in arms about, oh, what if they say we're evil? No, we need to reach across the aisle. We can come together as a country. And so this small conception of America as this thing where you can just blame those people over there instead of the central rot at its heart, which is the politicians of both sides of both fucking parties. Here's the other thing. People don't realize, and again, this is the sportsification of it, where people see it as, okay, this is your sports team, this is who you root for, you wave your little Ruth Bader Ginsburg flag, and you have your little foam finger that says Nancy Pelosi. But all of these motherfuckers, conservatives, Democrats, they go to the same yacht clubs. They vacation in the same areas. Their kids go to the same fucking private schools. I know it's kind of a libbed up observation to go back and be like, oh, George Carlin, he spelled it out. But like, if there is one phrase you can use to summarize what it's like to live in America, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Yeah, Agramulia. Sorry. Ivan against cuisine. The only thing Biden did is kind of reduce student debt, but I don't know if it actually happened. That's the fucking thing. I'm getting, after which I'm not fucking paying it, eat shit. I was told, because I was in that bracket of like, I had under 10,000 in student loan debt, and I was told it's forgiven. I said like, hey, you're good. And I'm like, rad, because I don't got fucking 10 grand. And then I'm starting to get calls again after Trump over that. And it's like, what, like even the one fucking thing, everybody was like, yeah, Biden did this for us. Nope. Sorry, let me go. Nehemia, thank you very much for another 5. On the subject of white nationalism never being questioned, there was a temple that was firebombed in Tennessee in March that nobody talked about. Jesus. Jewish Community Center, March 16th. Oh, wait, no, March 16th, 1958. God damn. Yeah, exactly. Violet left. I work at a country club, and yes, they all treat politics like a game, and outside of the game, they all pal around like it doesn't matter. Yeah. Great news out of Canada. What's on Canada? That's not it. It was a different one? Globe and Mail. Hey, yo, there we go. Pilot program for trans refugees allows them to change identity name on arrival. Okay, Canada. All right, we'll get to this in a moment. I want to talk briefly about something that happened. I believe the first night I was in Seattle, and it was it was surreal to be like I mentioned at the beginning, in the middle of a film festival where there were so many queer people, so many trans people, so many allies, so many people coming out celebrating Mia Moore's wonderful film Again, which is such a great example of queer film. And then going online and seeing this story develop was strange. It was horrible. I don't really know how to properly convey it, because it was something that happened quite like so close to where I was, and in this place where for a brief moment I had let myself forget how many people hated us. I had decided to, like I said, luxuriate in a sense of community. And literally right outside the door was shit like this happening. And the more details that came out about Juniper, the more two things happened. The more I saw her being celebrated as an incredibly talented, incredibly loving, open-minded person. And I had also seen a lot of other people bringing forward stories of other trans people who've been killed this year that weren't young, white college girls. Like that's... This is, I want to be clear, this is not to take away any of the value from Juniper's life, to take away any of the tragedy from her senseless murder. But it is to encourage people to understand that Juniper is not the only trans person who's been killed this year. And that there are other systems at work that, even if unwittingly, keep our attention off of the other people who are killed. Not to sound too woke, but it does frustrate me, because I see a lot of the things that come across my feed. Maybe I don't call attention to them enough. Maybe I don't talk about them enough on stream. But it does bother me when I see black trans women, trans men, Latino trans women, Latino trans men, people who fall outside of the incredibly narrow societal ideas of what is an acceptable trans person by description. And it so often feels like their pain is forgotten. But these were people just as much as Juniper was. These were people who their life is not any less valuable because they weren't going to college, because they were a little bit older, because they weren't white. And I'm not saying that people intentionally are saying that, but I'm saying that you should be conscious of these ideas that do reinforce, even subliminally, even subconsciously, these ideas. Blow High Blast. Trans POC are far more likely to be ignored when their lives are stolen away from them, and it's awful. It's so bad. Doesn't mean Juniper shouldn't be remembered, but we should be remembering those who are not typical trans person. Yes. It is it's something I did last year, and I did it the year before. I didn't get to do my speech at Spokane Pride last year, but the year before I did call out the fact that we don't, especially in fucking Spokane, which is, incredibly white. And so often conversations about queerness, so often conversations about these spaces and the people who are most at risk of violence, of predators, of sex trafficking, of abuse. I think a lot of times our own perspectives, and especially in the queer community, limit us from understanding that others are sometimes at more risk. Like the rate of fatality for black trans women, for trans women of color, that goes completely unnoticed is honestly fucking unacceptable. It's unacceptable from bigger accounts. And this, again, is not to say that you shouldn't remember Juniper. I want to be clear. I am not saying that anybody should feel bad for taking part in this, or taking part in this communal mourning, this communal remembering of a person and celebration of her life. You shouldn't feel bad about that, but you should work to understand and celebrate all the other lives who have been lost. So I will talk about Juniper in a moment. Really quick, let me read these. Steph is pretty. Thank you for tier 1 for 19 months. Dexter Bunko, thank you for $9.99. Student debt relief only came for some through a lawsuit. I did get 60K forgiven. Have some of that. Case was Sweet v. Cordona, if curious, but it should have gone to everyone. Thank you, Dexter Bunko. God, 60. Congratulations, soldier. Oh. So we're going to look up some of these. And I want to talk about some of their stories. Lillian Rim, thank you for $2. Love your videos. Yep, thank you. I appreciate that. It was really nice to. Oh God, yeah, Shrimpy. I remember when Brianna Jai was murdered and Jesse Gender got dogpiled for asking white people not to use rest and power for her. Another thing I'm seeing, so on a similar wavelength, I remember, and people in chat will probably remember this. I remember when I was, because another thing that the very normal, all of you very normal bad empanada fans of my mentions, people are accusing me of trying to equate the colloquial transgenocide to Gaza, which I don't think I've ever said that they are alike in scale. I don't think I've ever said that they're similar in any way, except for a demographic group being targeted. Like that's literally it. But on that topic, I remember when even my chat was fighting me. Like this caused a row in here. And people in here will remember when I said we shouldn't be using the word martyr for somebody who is a victim of a hate crime. For I believe it was trans people. Because specifically, martyr is a term that is most often used in conjunction with Muslims who are unjustly murdered, who are killed by the IOF. And I felt uncomfortable saying, yeah, no, we're like, yeah, not to make it fucking about me and everything. Hey, baby. Would you refill that real quick? There's nothing.
For the price of one sip of your juice.
For my juice? You want a sip of my juice? All right, you can have a sip of my juice. No, exactly. Violet left. That's actually a great way to put it. I totally agree. We aren't dying for our faith. We're dying for living it all. Yeah, it's an entirely different situation. Yeah. Oh yeah, blow high bless. That's again like a great analysis. Calling a victim of a hate crime a martyr is not it. White Christians co-opted that word so much because they want to play the victim card so badly, and I feel like that influenced American culture in so many ways. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. All right. So let's go through some of these.
Do you think P-Head needs to go out?
Maybe, yeah.
I'll take P-Head out.
Thank you, love.
I got you, P-Head.
What Joe says, you're looking very gender. I appreciate that. I don't feel very gender. I feel like a slug. But it's okay. Thank you.
It's the Basquiat lady.
It's the Basquiat hoodie, indeed. In my opinion, the same people who get mad about people saying transgenocide are the same people who roll their eyes when we say chattel slavery was a genocide of black people. Yeah, probably. Yeah. So these are just, by the way, the people we're talking about. These are just a couple of the names. These are just a couple of the names that have been brought up. I've looked into some of these before. You can see on some of the searches, some of the pages were in purple. There is an unknowable amount of people, and I don't mean unknowable as to cast it as this massive swath, as to say that there's millions out there. It's not. This isn't a fucking Matt Walsh situation. We try and vet our info here. That said, crimes and hate crimes are still woefully underreported as such. And America is full of murder and murderers. it is impossible to know how many people are actually being murdered for being trans. But these, and I need to be clear, these are horrifying stories. The level of vitriol, these are not just stories. If there is a commonality with so many of these things, and you can already see it from the headline, there is a hatred behind these. You can see it with what happened to Juniper Blessing. You can see it what happened here to Devonta Curtis. This is not, these killings are not driven merely by any kind of sense of self-preservation. These aren't fucking business deals gone wrong. These aren't, oh, well, we didn't know what happened. There is a lack of respect, a hatred for the body, the essence, the idea of a trans person. It is fucking terrifying. And I want to go over this so that people can better understand. This is what people like Matt Walsh want. This is what people like, who's that other fucko? Michael Knowles want. All right, give me 1 second. Goblin Culinary, thank you for 50 bits. It's a duty of every older queer person to lay on the broken glass the young can run across our backs. I take it incredibly seriously that the young trans kids and gay kids I work with never have to experience a Stonewall moment or having queer kids shipped off to Vietnam for being inconvenient. A man searched, quote, how to kill someone with a hammer on Google before bludgeoning his transgender on and off again girlfriend to death earlier this month in Garfield Park, according to Cook County prosecutors. And this Chicago Sun-Times article I hadn't read. I'm willing to bet the articles written by them, the outlet them, are going to be better. The amount of unnecessary language, and you saw this around Juniper, the way the fucking mainstream media and press talks about trans people, and particularly, you can see here, trans women of color, is beyond sickening. And it should never go unexamined the passive role that they have played in enabling all this abuse. Of taking this bullshit spectator sport idea of covering all of these issues, villainizing a specific demographic of people. Because all they do is continue the dehumanization. That is the ultimate goal of things like Project 2025. That is the ultimate goal of things like the Justice Department signaling out or specifying radical trans ideologues or whatever the fuck. So here we go. As an example, police found Bell driving the car alone. In custody, Bell admitted to striking Curtis, who was a sex worker, with a hammer until she stopped moving. What is the point in saying that she was a sex worker? Does it have literally anything to do with the circumstances at hand? No. But to the reactionary mind, to conservatives, to people like Matt Walsh, they'll look at that and be like, well, obviously, the sex worker, they were living a dangerous life, and this is what happens. It is just another outlet to victim blame, which is what so much of this, by the way, comes down to. Oh, they shouldn't have done this. Oh, they shouldn't have been here. Oh, they shouldn't have been living their fucking lives. Fucking unbelievable. Luca Redbeard, trans-masked New Mexico farmer, fatally shot in apparent homicide. This was in May. This was just a couple weeks ago. Trans-masked farmer known to his friends as Luca Redbeard, after the 39-year-old was fatally shot on April 18th. A victim was shot in a rural, unincorporated area called Candy's Kitchen, leading to the arrest of husband and wife David Thomas and Tanya Sue Byington. According to the community, there had been confrontations between the victim and the couple. GoFundMe description claims that officials are investigating the killing as a possible hate crime. 5th known trans person killed violently in 2026. Elena Royal Bechdel, fatally stabbed in New York State, April 22nd, 2026. Black trans woman. Died at the hospital after suffering a significant stab wound to the abdomen at a housing facility. Here's another fucking thing you keep seeing, and you saw this shit with all the conversation around Juniper. There was that one fuck-ass local reporter who kept they-theming the trans woman. You see it right here. And I say this, by the way, I say this as somebody who does not use she, her pronouns. I say this as somebody who has never used she, her pronouns. Who I say that my pronouns have always been they, them. That's it. I say this as a they, them. Knock it the fuck off. DJ, promoter, dancer, model, artist, and more. Her socials show her fondness for music and dance. I noticed that she liked many small businesses and artists, showing up for them in that small but meaningful way. Jesus Christ. Her funeral is... Oh, hang on. Sorry, I got a text. Her funeral is planned for Saturday in Nevada. This was, again, over a month ago. Sadly, the church where she grew up and her family attended withdrew the offer to hold her funeral service after, according to her brother, they learned she was trans. Context, and this is a part I have read before, and this was a wonderful read. Elena is the 4th trans person whose violent death has been reported in the U.S. during 2026. I have no doubt there have been others. They're just hidden for reasons I laid out earlier. It's on all of us to honor those whose lives were taken in the shadows and silence and under cover of anti-trans bias. She is the 4th trans woman, the 3rd black trans woman, and the youngest person on our list this year. It feels meaningful that 3 deaths have been reported in the past few weeks after months of silence. There are no young people on the list, which we now do have, unfortunately. Elena is the youngest at 31. That's not typical either, with most disproportionately listing trans folks 25 and under. Is the algorithm going to help us find our departed neighbors? I'm not being sarcastic, I'm genuinely puzzled. I was writing a blog post about the lack of visibility when I learned about Shael. Someone pointed me to Devonta's story, which we just talked about. Then, before I could hit publish, I learned about Danielle. I did hit publish on her memorial when Elena's story showed up in my feed. This is not how we should be documenting this brutal pandemic or genocide, with random notifications. Black trans woman Shael Diamond Sanchez McCrae first reported homicide this year. 42 years old, identified as black transgender woman. Reported shooting unsecured door and found Shael's body. Known as Mabel by her loved one, born and raised in Petersburg, Virginia. Worked for an LGBTQ bar in Charlotte and worked with Nation's pageantry system. She ran a catering company and started her own pageant company. Most of her social media is filled with advocacy, posts about community events, outreach she organized to local youth, shared content about neighbors experiencing trials or needing help. She reported information about ICE detentions, missing children, and far too many memorial posts for friends and acquaintances. She lifted up LGBTQ businesses, shared events, and showered love and appreciation on her pageant community. Woman killed in alleged hit and run was a kind soul, not a threat, friends say. After Danielle Spillman was hit while walking in front of a car, defense attorney said she was aggressive. That's nothing like the woman known to her loved ones, they said. This is Danielle Spillman right here, which we'll read about there. 74-year-old trans woman. An attorney for 30-year-old Valentino Amil pleaded not guilty to murder charges, alleged that Spillman had posed a threat. Do you first off, do you believe that? That the 74-year-old trans woman posed enough of a threat to warrant murdering her? Before he accelerated into her, knocking her onto the car's front windshield before crushing her under its tires. Spillman was walking in San Francisco. This is from switching over to them. Spillman was walking in San Francisco on Monday afternoon when she confronted a driver whose black Mercedes-Benz was partially blocking the sidewalk. After exchanging words, Spillman walked in front of the car and allegedly poured liquid from her water bottle onto the hood of the car. Don't give a fuck. Not a death sentence. After Amil drove several feet, Spillman slid off the car and landed on the ground. Amil then allegedly drove over her and left the scene. So he had to back up over her. Friends who spoke to Local described her as, quote, kind, tall, sweet, generous, funny, and bright, as well as elegant and deeply caring. She loved playing, buying, modifying, and trading guitars, would regularly show up at a San Francisco Guitar Center with treats for employees, including strawberries and baked goods. Do you notice one commonality between all of these stories, between all of these people who are visible, who have been murdered, is that they were out living life. These are people who everybody in the community knew. These are people who had organizations, who did mutual aid, who were doing outreach, who were trying to help others. And this is how the world betrayed them. Like I said, there's a cruelty to the stories that does bother me. Running over a 74-year-old woman. Again, backing over her. Bludgeoning someone to death with a hammer. What happened with Juniper, where she was stabbed 40 fucking times. It is not about simply killing or injuring or taking a life. It is about trying to destroy somebody as a concept, destroying their sense of self. Unfortunately, every one of these hateful scumfucks cannot destroy who they were and the impact all of these people had on the people who love them and the community around them. No matter what they fucking try and do, the effect, the love, the compassion they showed to everybody around them will live on past them. Even in death. And I know, like I said earlier, it's not a comfort, because who wouldn't rather have somebody here than just their memory? But even after everything, these people still do more good in the world with the legacy of hope and love that they've left behind than anybody could ever try to extinguish. This was Shiel Diamond, who we spoke to. Here's another case of, according to early media reports, which misgendered her, officers entered a home with an unsecured door. Multiple gunshot wounds. While Sanchez McCrae's death is the first known killing of a trans person in 2026, at least 27 trans people in the U.S. were killed in 2025, and another 21 died by suicide, according to a November report from Advocates for Trans Equality. Of the 27 violent deaths reported last year, 17 incidents involved fatal gun violence, and 17 victims were black trans women. Again, I was talking about earlier how trans women of color and black trans women in particular are much more at risk for open violence. And that's what I'm talking about. 17 out of 27. Over half. By a big margin. Man gunned down store manager who offered him work bragged that he had no remorse from police. A Florida man allegedly made small talk with a store manager before taking out a gun and shooting her to death. "35-year-old Lanessa Rodriguez was the store manager after having a casual conversation. Police said Ballard produced a gun and fired multiple shots at Rodriguez, leaving her for dead. The unnamed woman who drove Ballard to the store told police that as they drove away, Ballard was allegedly bragging and asked, 'Is it bad that I have no remorse?' At 11 p.m. the same night, a woman who said she was one of the people who was with Ballard at the store made contact with police in Florida. After she was brought to the Fort Pierce Police Department, she told investigators that Ballard contacted her that day because he wanted to sell a gold pendant. She said Ballard spoke to a woman whom she believed was Rodriguez on the phone, adding that Rodriguez had previously offered Ballard work. The woman told police that Ballard allegedly discarded the gun and magazine while they drove. Police later recovered the 9mm on the side of the road. She said Ballard allegedly planned to return it to the store so he could rob it, and told the woman, quote, "comply or she would be killed and left in the woods." Lanessa Rodriguez was a 35-year-old Puerto Rican trans woman. She was described as someone who was willing to give everyone a second chance and who would take her shirt off her back so you could eat by her friends. Lanessa helped everyone, said Dominique Taylor, 44, of St. Lucie County. Lanessa would take her shirt off her back so you can eat. Naomi Nomelin, 36, considered Rodriguez her best friend. The two share a birthday. She described Rodriguez as an incredible person with a huge heart. She said Rodriguez had 2 sisters and a brother. She was close with her family and doted on her grandmother. Taylor, a transgender woman with a high-profile drag performer and a high-profile drag performer, said Rodriguez had a heart of gold. Quote, I was so proud of her as a trans woman watching her coming up with her business partner, Taylor said. It's crazy because as soon as a trans woman starts looking ahead for her family and growing, they try to hurt us. Family mourns killing of 29-year-old Florida trans person known by many names. Known by many names, Spot, Spotsy, Mama Spotsy, Haley, and more. He was a wonderful, giving person who touched countless lives. The GoFundMe, started by Spot's grandmother, Louise Singleton, reads, quote, as a proud member of the trans LGBTQ plus community, he embraced his true self and brought warmth and kindness to everyone he met. Despite facing many challenges, including a developmental disability and the struggle to regain Social Security disability payments, he never let hardship stop him from helping others. Louise Singleton wrote, even though he owned little, he would give anyone the shirt off his back. And I think, additionally, coming from, I am using the pronouns that the family are presenting here with the knowledge that they are saying that, yes, we are affirming this person. According to local ABC affiliate, police identified the victim as Spot on both Facebook and Instagram. The individual also incorporated the name Haley. The victim's trans identity was first noted by local website Ocala News. Not the fucking ABC affiliate. Experts on such cases say it's critical to accurately identify trans victims of violent crime in order to aid in clearing investigations, especially given the fact that trans people are often known by different names. So, another person loved by their community, known by plenty. And I wanted to there's a raid. I'll talk about it in a second. Thank you very much, by the way, everybody. Let me actually just get that, talk about that. Thank you so much, Necrosaurus. We just covered Juniper. Yeah, we are about to cover that. We have covered about 8 other trans people who've been killed this year. And yeah. So this Tyler Cunnington is the person who would not stop fucking theming Juniper. And I will say, Juniper's passing has resulted in, and maybe it's just because these are people who are more online, who are younger, so they are more familiar and more comfortable sharing their feelings in these ways. But Juniper's passing has had an outpouring of people sharing. Yes, Juniper did go by she, they, but we've been talking about how a lot of people are using they to get out of properly gendering trans people. Oh, Aaron Era, hello. Aaron and now, thank you. No, Juniper was not hit by the driver. That was, goddamn, that was not Juniper. Juniper was the young woman who was stabbed 40 times this last week in a student housing complex. And again, The physical devastation, the depravity of the act itself, it speaks to a hatred of trans people. A hatred that has been encouraged and nurtured and grown by people like Matt Walsh, by people like Chaya Raichik, by the Trump administration, the broader conservative movement, and basically every culture war dipshit who has bought into these ideas. You can see it on Twitter right now, by the way. I'm not going to go fucking look it up, but you can just go through Elon Musk's replies where he responded to Juniper, onion person Juniper, online, saying that, oh no, we don't want to kill trans people. We just want them to stop killing other people. Because it's the transes that are violent, right? Yeah, that's what we keep seeing. That's what we keep hearing from conservatives. Every time there's a fucking mass shooting that, again, they enable by the culture of guns in America, and they jump to be like, oh, it was a trans person. Then, of course, we find out that it wasn't actually a trans person. They just keep sharing that it was so they can continue this narrative. Which, by the way, the only purpose of that narrative is to enable shit like this. This is one of the many outcomes of designated an outgroup of victimized demographic and saying, oh, they're dangerous, they're going to kill you. Because that's the shit that runs through some dipshit asshole's head before they run over a 70-year-old trans woman in a car saying, oh, she got aggressive. Because these idiots here on Joe Rogan or Russell Brand or the Daily Wire Show or any of these other mouth-breathing troglodytes that, oh yeah, no, these trans, they're crazy. Like, oh wow, yeah, if you don't always respect their gender, they'll just fucking shoot you. And their idiot audiences fucking believe them. And then what happens when you spread so much vitriol and hate and violence towards one demographic? It's not just that they believe it, it's that they act upon it. Gothic WTF, thank you for following. And Necosurs, thank you again for the raid. So this is talking about Juniper. To quote a friend who was great friends with her who wanted this shared, quote, if I had to describe her in one word, it would be kind. So kind. It wasn't possible to dislike her. She was good at just about everything, had no ego to show for it. She was confident, but in a way that showed pride for herself and hope for others. She wanted to be a weather reporter. She loved Pokemon. She had pretty outfits and big skirts and blue jeans. If you knew her, you couldn't hate her if you tried. I imagine if that man had talked to her, she would have had a conversation about who knows what and laughed and smiled as she always did. Maybe he would have left happy with some new insight on life instead of covered in her blood. Her dead name is out there. I was unlucky enough to see it. If you do, try to forget it. Her name was Juniper. She had the most lovely voice. She did opera regularly and found time for all her passage. She could make a good time out of nothing. Even if we just went to a grocery store, she would make it fun. Really, really great laugh. She was beautiful, a beautiful, amazing soul. It all really sounds really cliche. There is something you can do. She loved Pokemon. She named herself after a character. I'm going to be donating a Pokemon stuffed animal at her memorial. If you could just encourage others to do the same or to donate Pokemon stuffed animals to shelters and such. Hi, another one of her friends here. I've known her since we were both 9. I agree and can vouch for every single thing that has said here. I'd just like to add that her favorite Pokemon was Maractus, Pachirisu, and Ninetales. She also loved soot sprites a lot. I remember hand making her a crappy soot sprite keychain out of laminated paper and yarn as a thank you. My memory isn't as good as I would like it to be. Can't remember if she appreciated it, but I hope she did. I love her so much, and I'm so glad and proud that she was able to make such an impact in the time she was here. Thank you so much for talking about her. I don't know who you are, but I can tell you love her too. Thank you. So to end this segment, I want to cover this. I want to show Juniper Blessings singing. And I don't want it, to anybody watching, I don't want you to just remember her singing. Because every person, every trans man, every non-binary person, every trans woman of color, in one way or another, if there's one thing we've learned about their lives, even briefly hearing about them, is that in their own way, they were also singing. In their own way, they were also affecting the world around them and creating or trying to create positive change and outreach in their community. And that is the thing to hold on to. It's not anger. It's not hate. The thing to hold on to and the way that we fight back is to remember the example they left for us to follow of caring for one another and being steadfast and not moving. I'm gonna be right back. We'll move on to something more entertaining next. I'll be right back, chat. I love you. Sorry about that. Naomi Francis, thank you for 24 months. Goddamn, I've been watching you since before my own transition. So glad to be here, and I love you all. Thank you for being here. El Salve, thank you for $2. Please don't cry, be strong. Hey, there's nothing wrong with crying. Being crying isn't the opposite of being strong.
Yes, the Buddha spoke of that.
Get out of here. Why I oughta. All right, sorry, I just need to go through all the chat I missed. Cat, what do you want from me? I already gooped you. I already gave food. Oh, word 9541. Have I seen Bad Empanada's video? No. I don't care enough to give him more air. He can take all the fucking out of context clips you want from 2+ years ago. Like that you got nothing, dude. Like my opinions have changed over time. I have acknowledged publicly how wrong I was. Kibbin. Can y'all hear the cat? She's all the way across the fucking room. Sorry. Oh my god. Bruce Magson, thank you very much for $20. It's all our jobs to build a society for the youth out there and the future kids that is safe and free. We fight for everyone like her and many people not like her. Justice Department secures landmark resolution to end pediatric, quote, gender affirming care. And when I talk about the larger project to eradicate trans people, when people talk about transgenocide, this is what they're talking about. Because it is starting with, by the way, just kids. We just don't want kids to do it. But people like Matt Walsh, people like Trump, people who actively engage in spreading these lies and hatred towards trans people, they know damn well, and they have said as much, that their ultimate goal is to stop adults from transitioning. That this is absolutely fucking bullshit. The idea that, we just protect the kids and all this stuff. No. It is the idea of being queer. It is the core idea that you do not fit in with their perfect little idea of what a man or a woman or a person or a family or a society should be or look like. And the fact that many of these people live lives happily detached from their Christian bullshit, their Christo-fascist what the fuck, Cat? Don't. Okay, I'm gonna go get Cat more food because she's just trying to derail me. You're derailing my monologue. Yeah, I will read those really quick as well when I get back. So give me just 1 second. What? Cat always wants to be center space. Goodness gracious. Lillian Ram, thank you for another 5. This crazy video goes hard. Yep. This crazy video goes hard, chat. Yep, hope you enjoy. And I really like this guy going against these grifters. Nehemia, thank you for another 5. Another joke for a better mood. Don't worry about your phone or TV spying on you. Worry about the vacuum cleaner. It's been gathering dirt for years. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Texas Children's Hospital agrees to pay millions and establish first ever detransition clinic to provide care for victims. I need you to also understand the idea of a detransition clinic to provide care. That's just quote unquote corrective. It's conversion therapy is what it is. I can only imagine the fucking cruelty these people will be enacting on children to fix them. Justice Department will use every weapon at its disposal to end the destructive and discredited practice of so-called gender-affirming care for children, which, by the way, it's not discredited. Just because they have, and we spoke about this at the beginning of last year, when they started rolling out this shit, just because they have thrown out all the credible scholarship and replaced it with grifter nonsense that people like RFK Jr. would look at and be like, well, you gotta look at the science. It's all in the you gotta do the reading. Like, fuck off. That doesn't make it fact. That doesn't make it true. And they know that. Sex rejecting procedures on minors. Here's the other big news from today. Justice Department announces anti-weaponization fund, part of settlement agreement in President Trump v. IRS. Again, yeah, no, you heard that correctly. President Trump, there is a court case where President Trump is suing the IRS. The president is suing the IRS. And guess who foots that bill for the money that he's going to get when he controls the Justice Department that's going to work in his favor? Systematic process to hear and redress claims of others who suffered weaponization in lawfare. Wow. The plaintiffs in the case, Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and the Trump Organization filed suit against the Treasury in Southern District of Florida Federal Court following the leak of their tax returns. Per the settlement, plaintiffs will receive a formal apologize but no monetary damage or payment of any kind. They have agreed in exchange for the creation of this fund to drop their pending lawsuit with prejudice and also withdraw 2 administrative claims, including for damages resulting from the unlawful raid of Mar-a-Lago and the Russia collusion hoax. The machinery of government should never be weaponized against any American. We are setting up a lawful process for victims of lawfare and weaponization. So they are giving, essentially, Trump and his sycophants just free money to sue the government with. The fund will receive... The fund will receive $1.776 billion and will come from the Judgment Fund, which is a perpetual appropriation allowing DOJ to settle and pay cases. On a quarterly basis, the fund shall send a report to the Attorney General outlining who has received relief and what form of relief was awarded. Cool. So $1.7 billion of taxpayer dollars is going to be gone to conservatives just trying to sue the government because they fucking tried to give horse tranquilizer to somebody. Well, the government can't tell me how to do... Fuck off. Sorry. No, Savvy Cast, exactly. 1.76 billion. Oh, fuck off. That was my exact reaction. I was like, wait, that's a weird... Oh, fuck off. Why would they do... Because it's 1776, you see. It said they are all terminally Alex Jones break. Freedom is 1776. God damn. And then people are like, they have the fucking temerity to be like, why do people keep trying to take shots at President Trump? Oh, jeez, won't you think about the Trump kids? He's a father, don't you know? He's got two large adult sons. What can't feed themselves without his say so? Like, what? And look, it gets to a point. It gets to a point. Nehemiah, the answer to 1984 is 1776. Bonkers to me. So, because I don't know if Anthony Gramuglia is still in here, but bummed that George from It's a Wonderful Life. That is my Jimmy Stewart impression. Great. That's, ooh, you clocked that shit. Mr. Potter, don't you see? Mr. Potter, you can't do it, see? Those deep fucking Frank Capra cuts for everybody out there. Yeah, what was I saying?
Really, Grandma? It's like that?
Here, hash that in there. Sorry, I'm looking at what's the actual Nazi number again? 1488 is the Nazi number. If that's what you're thinking of. Tranquilo. My grandpa used to make. That's because it's a killer movie. Oh, babe, it looks like you're putting a fog machine right next to me. What are you doing? You sit around here and you spin your little webs. You're nothing but a scurvy little spider. Oh, look. You can talk a lot of shit about the American idealism of Frank Capra and the lib bullshit of like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington all fucking day. I'll be right there with you. But It's a Wonderful Life is the ultimate American story of community. That's what that is. It is a scathing indictment of robber baron landowners. The type of which, by the way, Mr. Potter, that archetype, is represented still fucking today. That is Elon Musk. That is every asshole out there who thinks they know more about living in life than you do, and that because of their money, they are owed being able to decide how you live your life. Oh, at Age Like Fine Wine, that movie is still fucking, ooh, that money rolls tears. That movie still rolls tears for me. Ooh, still rolls tears for me.
More or less than Sheep Detective.
Ooh. Like, Sheep Detective was good, but nothing fucking beats George Bailey Coming Home. Nothing fucking beats George Bailey Coming Home.
Not even the Sheeps What Teach You About Dad?
Nope. Because George Bailey coming home and realizing that his shitty little house and his shitty little family and everything that is annoying in life is what makes it worth living. Like Jimmy Stewart, there's such just a fucking energy. Like, one of my favorite moments in film, by the way, and we're talking movies now. I've been talking movies with Mia Moore all week, so I'm in that headspace. One one of my favorite fucking moments is George coming home and going up to see Zuzu, his daughter who's sick, and he reaches for the banister of the stairway. And as he runs past it, because his house is fucking falling apart, it comes off, and he loses his shit. He's like, oh, yes, my shitty old banister. Oh, it's so good. Anyway. Ooh, let me get that. Thank you, awesome stuff. Let me look at that real quick. I watched part of Sheep Detective because of DD's rec. Sheep Detective whips. Oh wait, no, I can't do that. It won't let me look at that, Stella. K-Thing, thank you very much. Do it take both sons to change his diaper, or do they just hold the leg up each? Probably. I don't think they, honestly, I don't think they can lift enough to support Trump's weight. Oh God. And the fucking, the ending on what Clarence sends him in the letter, nobody's a failure if you have friends. Whew. Whew, that shit goes, that's fucking bars, dude.
No, I think it connected with me more if a sheep said it.
You connected with have you ever seen It's a Wonderful Life?
I've seen the Persona version.
Hey, what do you mean by the Persona version? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. I just decided I don't want to know. What's going on? We got... Oh, Jesus. Oh! I love it! That lamb chop is so cute. It would be like a...
My space in the sparkles.
Yes.
I love that.
Yeah. I did. Thank you so much. That would be so fucking cool. Awesome, Stella. Nehemia, thank you for another 5. Another joke. I work at a factory making Dracula figures, but I have one coworker. I have to make every second count. Koa's right here, and that made her smile. So that's pretty good. Who sheep what?
They're detectives.
Yeah, the sheep are detectives.
They figured it out.
It's pretty good. It was pretty good.
Pretty good movie. Good movie.
It good movie, and what is it? Yeah.
Teach you about death.
Yeah, very unexpectedly deep meditation on death. I will say. I didn't expect the fucking talking sheep movie to have me going, damn, shit, that's true. But yeah, no, I was rolling tears at Sheep movie too. I was rolling tears at the Sheep movie.
What did Hugh Jackman do?
Yeah, what happened with Hugh Jackman? Don't ruin Hugh Jackman for me.
No, we have to. We have to do this.
No, because you're not just ruining. You're ruining Van Helsing. You're ruining Wolverine. What are you doing? What are you doing?
The London tour of Oklahoma.
The London tour of Oklahoma. The Greatest Showman.
That one kind of started ruined.
That was that was kind of ruined from the off, wasn't it? Sheep policy. No, it was the better movie about an animal farm. Definitely. Damn, Animal Farm's already out of theaters too. Good. Fuck that movie.
Yeah.
Van Helsing is... Look, I just rewatched Van Helsing. That movie's funny as shit. That movie's great. That is a movie that, like, you can absolutely tell it's from the director of The Mummy. And I think it's fucking awesome.
Cronin?
What?
No, sorry, that was bad.
No, Van Helsing is from the director of The Mummy. I think it's fucking awesome that they basically gave one dude all the keys to all the Universal monsters, and he basically made his own, like, mini fucking universe with it. Hugh Jackman is friends with Ivanka Trump. That fucking sucks, dude. Oh. Well, this is why you don't like celebrities. Okay, thank you for another €2. A lot of deep questions to mutton over. See, I can't. G. Geroni, I was more of a League of Extraordinary Gentlemen girly myself. I cannot fucking follow you there. I cannot. You are off on your own. I need to go see Obsession. A friend recommended it to me, and I listened to the reviews and need it. I just saw it last night. Look, I don't know. I don't think we're ready for an Obsession discussion in chat yet. I'm gonna say that, but okay. Let me put it like this. Obsession was a well-made movie. I strongly disliked it, and it is just because of how it hits me. Like that, it is solely a opinion. I'm not going to say that you shouldn't go see it. I want to be clear about that. If you like horror, you should go see it. I felt very similarly about Talk to Me. Well, I liked Talk to Me a little bit more, but I felt very similarly where I was like, this didn't do it for me, but I think it will for a lot of other people because I understand my taste in horror is hyper specific and I'm hyper analytical about it. And there's so much about that movie I did not like. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Have two more. If you put your funny bone in hot water, it becomes a laughing stock. That's deep ball knowledge. People day icy is the easiest word to spell. I see why. Aha. Last time I went to the theaters was Iron Lung. I unfortunately missed Iron Lung. I still need to sit down and watch that. Let's go over why this is a rough picture, but
the lighting is
oof.
insane.
I'm a big fan. So you probably haven't seen it, but there's been a trend recently of a lot of photographers taking pictures of conservatives with this like high contrast flashbulb lighting. And it is every time it's fucking cutting. It's like deeply unappealing. Rough stuff.
Effective. Good.
People also misunderstand Obsession. The male is the bad guy. Well, I don't think people misunderstood it. In fact, I think like that's pretty on the nose. I think my problem with it was more is that it seemed to be trying to analyze modern dating from the male perspective of somebody who is, an incel, right? That said, I don't think the person who wrote the movie understands what an incel is or why they act the way they do or why so many young men resort to this hyper possessive dehumanizing approach towards women. Like there's a lot about the movie where I'm like, they just didn't like do the research on this. If they were going for he's totally an incel thing. I think my biggest problem with the movie stems from that is that it's kind of messy because of that, and I think it also pulls its punches. Like I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, it's like mean, it's like really like dark and depressing, and it has like a rough ending. And I'm like, no, I got to the end of that movie, and I'm like, that's it. Like that. Like I wanted them to go harder with it. Rain Hava, thank you very much for $2. We need V for Vendetta, but V has a Marvel symbiote. Why? Why? I'm so confused by this. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 50. My D&D campaign is very Van Helsing coded, but I have a bad habit of running my mouth at bad moments and making out of character jokes. Goblin, roll for intelligence. The monster doesn't want to eat the crazy guy who just did a Jerry Lewis imitation. Stay in character. But that's fun. You have a sense of whimsy. Everybody else at that table. DD, I should go see Hokum. That is also on my list. I don't know. I take horror really seriously, and I'm hyper analytical of it, and I need it. It is, again, it's one of those things where I've talked about reflecting and learning that not everything always needs to be for me. That's okay. That's okay. From what I gather, it's going to be the very human "I wish they loved me" sort of nearly universal experience, and then having the monkey's paw / be careful what you wish for twist to it. Yeah, yeah, I would say that's yeah. And I think also, again, it's all this. It's kind of a death by a thousand cuts in this movie. Where another thing that didn't land for me with Obsession is I think the script was very aimless. Um, it just I think the pacing was really off. It felt like it was expanded from a shorter story. I think. Why didn't you like Talk to Me? I would say I would actually say I liked Talk to Me. I just I didn't love it because I remember um when it came out, people were raving about it. And I remember being like, yeah, it was pretty good. But then I saw the reaction to it and was like, it was good. It wasn't that fucking good. Like, damn, y'all. Was Hokum good? I have not seen it yet. Alrighty. Now for some good news. Good news. Good news. So no wet puppets, sadly. I don't believe so. I don't believe any wet puppets. There was a time not very long ago when I like how this opens. Very fun to open the story like an old fairy tale storybook. So I thought it was overhyped. Yeah, but I feel like most horror movies are overhyped because I think horror has this really bad problem as a genre with, and I don't want to gatekeep, but it does have this problem in critical response where a lot of people who aren't hyper familiar with the genre will see a horror movie once every 6 months and it will happen to be a good one and they'll be like, oh my god, this is like the best horror movie ever made. This will fucking terrify you. This will shit. And then yeah. And then I see it and I'm like, oh, most of the time I'm like, oh, well, that wasn't shit. That was Rain Hava $2. Hereditary 2018 versus Sinister. Sinister, not even fucking close. Not even remotely close. Barely a competition. I'm so dead serious about that. Nehemiah, thank you for another 10. Kinda not a joke. In Judaism, it's common for wedding documents to specify that the husband is supposed to adequately satisfy the wife in bed. This is evidence that Ben Shapiro is not a good Jew. Damn. That's wild to me. That's wild. Yeah, Ivan Against Cuisine. There was another thing I didn't realize he was a YouTuber, but it makes sense that he made YouTube videos because one of my other big conversations with Obsession problem with Obsession was the conversations because they were like I haven't seen that many 1-shot 2-shot conversations since the last fucking movie George Lucas directed. Like crazy. You watch? I'll watch anything Evil Dead. Absolutely. Hasn't been a bad Evil Dead movie yet. Yeah, Long Leg was overhyped. What was the other one? Long Legs. Long Legs was overhyped. There was another one fairly recently that my partner and I went to see, and we just went like, eh. Recommend an upcoming movie I think will really be your thing. Yeah, absolutely. Weapons. Weapons was the other one. Well, no, because Weapons is another example of like I liked it. I thought it was a good movie. I had fun with it. I am excited for Resident Evil. I didn't fucking love it. Like it was another one where I walked out of that and I was like, oh, it's good. And then people were like, oh my God. Like Weapons is a movie that I think is, if there's one trend that really bothers me that I've noticed with so many of the kind of up and coming batch of horror filmmakers, especially the ones that come from sketch comedy and stuff, is that their styles are all starting to blend together. Like a lot of them want to hit that Jordan Peele balance between being funny and having thematic depth. But they don't have the structural understanding of Peele. And so a lot of their movies come across as kind of aimless, and thematically, you can insert a lot of different ideas onto them. I think Weapons is maybe the best example of that. Where Weapons is kind of a movie that's not really about much of anything, but at the same time, you can say it's about pretty much anything. You could say it's about the dissolution of suburban life in America. You could say it's somehow about trans panic. You can say it's somehow about drug addiction across rural communities. You can say it's about weapons and school shootings. Like, there are so many different aspects that it doesn't ever really commit to in one direction or another. But they're there. And I think that was the thing that really detached me from Weapons, is that it played with so much powerful imagery, but I think it really punted at the last minute. Yeah. Anyway, so I will say Clayface does look pretty good. And yeah, Remick Zero Weapons also stuck the landing at the end quite well. Yeah, and I think that was the thing that had me going, yeah, it's pretty good. Like, it's not always easy to close a story like that. Fucking Lee Cronin's The Mummy had that problem. Oof. Oh, Exit 8. Yeah, I saw Exit 8. I saw Exit 8 in theaters. I thought that was one I actually really liked. They don't have the subtle nuance of things like episodes of Key and Peele. No, it's more stuff like when you go into a lot of the symbolism that Jordan Peele employs in his movies, there is a lot of intent and depth behind, like, basically the mechanics of how his own symbolism works with itself. There's a lot of stuff to dissect and pull apart there. And I'm not saying that that's not there, because every writer and every creator, especially if you're a writer-director, you think about that shit all the time. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying that it's not as cohesive and doesn't come through as clearly, if that makes sense. I'm just being silly. Oh, no, I know. The Mummy had a lot of problems. Yeah, that fucking... That was a movie I wanted to like more than I did. Like, that was one that I got out of it and I was like, because people kept saying, like, oh, it's kind of like an Evil Dead movie, and I'm like, okay. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 50. Listen, all horror peaked in 1993 with the release of Puppet Master 4. Sutek and his big foam nipples are the pinnacle of what horror is and what horror can be. It does not beat, unfortunately, sorry, it does not beat Puppet Master 3, Toulon's Revenge. My stupid rural theater only has Mortal Kombat and In the Gray. Hey, Mortal Kombat 2 whips. Cautiously optimistic for Backrooms. Me too, and I think, again, that's one of those things where there's a subsection of, like, Gen Z / early millennial, like, internet-based horror that started around, like, Slenderman that I've never found scary. The idea of, like, oh, anything could be in these back rooms is, like, immediately... What? It's immediately not scary to me, because you aren't placing any limitations on it. So it's like, yeah, I guess anything could be there, and you've written in a way that makes sense. So, like, I don't know, it could be a giant octopus monster, it could be a ghost pirate ship, like, I don't fucking know. And I'm just like, I don't know, that kind of, like, what if there was a place that was in between places? Okay, I'm with you there. If we're talking, like, alternate dimensions and spaces but world behind the walls type shit, on it. if you're in it, if you then say, like, I think just wrapping it in this internet horror, analog horror sheen of, it's like, we had to come up with a justification for having no budget at all, so it's just, we filmed it in Greg's back room, like, that kind of shit just makes me, it's like those games are made out of a need for limitation and necessitating them being very stripped down and, easy to parse. I don't know how well that's always going to translate to a movie, is my thing. Like, that said, I really liked what the Exit 8 did. We liked that movie. You thought that was good too. A spooky movie. But I will say the Exit 8 also had a really unexpectedly strong emotional hook. Like the story of fatherhood and coming to terms with that was like, I was like, okay. And see, that's the type of shit I'm talking about, where I was like, the writing. Yes, mama. Goblin Culinarian, short list of comic adaptations I lust for mightily: Gunsmith Cats, Noir, Ice Cream Man, Simon Dark. They keep dangling Gunsmith Cats. What is that? That sounds like Street Sharks. You sound like you're talking about dinosaurs and Cadillacs. Like, you sound, that sounds like a 1990s fucking Ninja Turtles ripoff. Bound to be so hysterically out of pocket, even John Waters would put his hands up and go, "Bitch, control yourself." Yeah, Brutus Magnuson, that's a great, I think you hit the nail right on the head. The biggest problem with internet horror is the memification and the kidification that comes as a result. I think, yeah. Like, I remember having a brief moment where I was like, okay, that actually sounds kind of cool, when I heard about a piece of early Five Nights at Freddy lore about, like, people being shoved into the suits. And, like, I was like, that's actually kind of fucked up. Wow, okay, maybe, hey, maybe this Five Nights at Freddy things knows game. And everything else. Hello, Kibben. You are so happy right now. I saw a young relative of mine laughing at Siren Head videos. Man, I wonder what Trevor's doing. Cat, oh my god, chill, dude. What is your damage? Ugh. There was once a time, not long ago, when Ben Shapiro could reasonably call himself the king of all conservative media. In 2020, is Drew Harwell at the... Oh my god, Cat. I can't, dude. I can't. You gotta take her. You are a cat criminal. Ooh, Gunsmith Cats is an OVA about female bounty hunters that has amazing attention to detail. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Get glued to the neck, Gidget. Yes, this is Cat. Everybody say hello to Cat. Oxpecker, thank you for 100 biddies. DD, tell Ivan Against Cuisine to watch Love, Death, Robots like yesterday. Hey, Ivan Against Cuisine, watch Love, Death, Robots. Shapiro, in 2020, Shapiro's media company ranked as Facebook's top English language publisher for 3 straight months. Jesus Christ. That's all over now. The Daily Wire is instituting significant layoffs. Its website has emerged as one of the great traffic losers in conservative media. Meanwhile, the company has seen its subscriber base on YouTube starting to shrink. There are Daily Wire videos that now, after a few days, have less than 10,000 views. Whoo! A catastrophically small number for a channel with more than 3 million subscribers. The top comments all mock the low view counts. Damn. Hello. Oh my gosh, you are so... Can you pour right in the mic for me? Let me get a good cat take. Get smooch, Digit. Why are you laughing at that? No, it sucks. Halo Pro. Sad that Trevor basically had to abandon Siren Head because all the kidding memification basically killed any horror aspect. Oh wait, we gotta. Sorry, I'm not. I didn't put the screen back. People have just been. I love how nobody noticed I haven't been reading the article. Um. If a variety of poor business decisions can be blamed in part for Daily Wire's downfall, ill-fated investments in feature films, an epic fantasy series, and peculiar merchandise. Oh, please tell me it's the fuck. It's the Matt. It's got to be the Matt Walsh baby. It's got to be the baby Walsh. Why is? Dog. Oh my god. Okay, well, fuck it. I will never know, I guess. The greater story is the collapse of Shapiro's constituency, especially among the younger media consumers who once fueled the Daily Wire's runaway growth. Yeah, crazy, dude. What happens when you lean into all this conservative fucking rhetoric that's spreading open Nazism and then they all become Nazis? Oh. Great. I can't believe it. This cat is crazy right now. Fast being rejected by the future grassroots of the party. Shapiro is fiercely pro-Israel. His support for Israel and hatred of the Palestinian cause are issues that define him as a public political figure. Dog, it is not... That is underselling what a genocidal fucking maniac psychopath Ben Shapiro is. Ben Shapiro, somebody who, for whatever reason, completely malfunctions on the subject of Gaza. He cannot hold back his bloodthirsty loathing for just women and children. And he is immovable in his advocacy of any measures for Israel. He believes that they aren't doing enough. That is how evil and craven of a motherfucker Ben Shapiro is. Unequivocal backer of Netanyahu's Israel and committed conventional neoconservative. He has been predictably thrilled by Trump's war against Iran. Lady, stop. Would you get her out of there? Get her to stop. She's moving my thing. Thank you, baby. Also a fiscal libertarian and social conservative for whatever the fuck that means. He's a conservative fascist. Fuck off with all this. He's a fiscal libertarian. The fuck he is. Shapiro once sat at a happy meeting of the Republican voter and could claim, at least in the 2010s, he understood the beating heart of campus conservatism. No longer the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic groypers led by Nick Fuentes are in ascendance. Okay, here's the problem here. Giving Nick Fuentes credit for this is fucking stupid. I need people to understand the groypers, the biggest thing the groypers have done as a political movement is not influence actual policy. It's this fucko, James Fishbeck, who is currently polling at 4%. This is a person endorsed by Nick Fuentes himself. They talk, they hang out, they're buddy. This is the political power of the groypers. They are and always will be completely irrelevant. I need people, much like I need the mainstream media, to stop misgendering, devaluing, and contributing to a culture of hatred around trans people. I need them to stop giving Nick Fuentes any fucking credit. Because the only thing it's doing is creating the idea that he has actually created a political movement, a successful political movement. He has an online Nazi fan club. That's what he has. He has Discord servers full of repressed catboys and various shades of probably not white nationalists. That's Nick Fuentes' lasting legacy. And as he enters his 30s, it gets more and more sad because he has to remain the fucking freak who cannot move past high school. He is the digital equivalent of the guy who still hangs out and sells weed around his high school. That's Nick Fuentes. This idea that like, ooh, you got to hand it to him. No, you don't. You straight up don't. Like, the fact that he and his little miscreants have beef, they had beef with Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. Okay, did that fucking amount to anything? Not really. No. The idea of a Groyper movement continues growing because news like this affirms, almost wills into existence, the idea of a Groyper movement. Nehemia, thank you very much for 5. People tell you using Nazi rhetoric, your media empire spawns a bunch of Nazis. Shock Pikachu face. Yeah, crazy. I feel like that is probably the larger thrust here. Candace Owens, who once worked with Shapiro, now boasts a YouTube channel that's larger than his, where she's indulged anti-Israel conspiracy theory, warred with Charlie Kirk's widow, even broken with Trump, without suffering any financial consequences. Beyond Owens and Fuentes, Tucker and Megyn Kelly have found massive audiences with their own brand of conspiratorial commentary that marries Israel skepticism and isolationist advocacy. Carlson and Kelly both have loudly opposed the war in Iran. Trump now reviles them, but neither ex-Fox talking head has backed down. Trump remains godly among the MAGA faithful. It remains to be seen if Carlson or Owens projects have an electoral future. What is clear, however, the online constituency for what they do. There's an online constituency for what they do, whereas Shapiro's will have an expiration date. Gen Z conservatives have no great affection for Israel. In the Groyper tent, this can be chalked up to Jew hatred, but the story is far more complicated among millions of young, right-leaning voters who simply don't understand how Trump could campaign on America first while standing up a foreign policy that is clearly subservient to the whims of the Netanyahu government. 2025, a pundit who claimed Netanyahu would be dictating the terms of an Iran bombing campaign to Trump might have been accused of trafficking in anti-Semitic tropes. Instead, we've learned that's essentially what happened. In the reality of two wars, Israel's genocide of Gaza following October 7th and the ongoing bombardment of Iran cannot be waved away by the likes of Shapiro. No, he loves it. Of course he doesn't want to wave him away. He loves that shit. Like, ever since October 7th, Ben Shapiro's been rubbing his little winky raw to the fucking dead children killed by the IOF. Like, yeah, no, this fucking psychopath loves that shit. They're young conservatives tea with goblins, hey. Hey there, thank you for $10. I'm grading undergrad papers, having to swallow the fact that my students would rather outsource their critical thinking to an LLM. Can I request a fuck Sam Altman for queer solidarity? Yeah, fuck Sam Altman for queer solidarity. Oh, that was another thing, by the way, I fucking hated about Obsession is the passive use of AI. Like the passive, uncritical use of AI as just presented as just like a normal thing for normal people to do. It's in 2 blink and you'll miss it moments, but like, nah, I don't. Look, if we could shit on Late Night with the Devil for that, we can shit on this. Like I saw nobody calling out that shit. And it's not important to the story, but it is completely passive. And that shit is fucking ugh. They use AI. So there's a moment where a character is looking something up and an AI, it's not like a named one, but it's, something LM summarizes the thing in bullet points, and that's like the modern equivalent. Every a bunch of horror movies, they have a moment where somebody looks something up on the internet, or they go into the archives and they're discovering the history of the thing, the curse, or whatever the fuck. And it's that, but it's AI summarizing. And then there's another moment where the couple is like browsing. It's supposed to be like a cute moment where they're like, "Oh, look, this is us," and it's a shitty AI cartoonified version of them. And it's so blink and you'll miss it, and so passive. And I strongly believe that is what makes it fucking evil. Like, not necessarily intentionally, but just even if the intent is to show like this dickhead is the kind of dickhead that would use AI, which I agree with, the idiot main character of the movie is the kind of person to do that. Even if your intent is to show that, you don't do a good enough job. You need to expand on that, because otherwise it just looks like you're just being like, yep, but everybody uses AI for everything all the time and it's totally normal. And it's like, no, dog. No. And yeah, there is a fucking I feel like I'm going crazy because there is absolutely a concentrated effort to inject AI into fucking everything. Like, you can't go see a sci-fi movie. You can't go see an action movie. You can't go see a horror movie. You can't go see a drama. Nowadays, there's a fucking 50-50 chance that there's some asshole is going to be using AI in the background and talk about it like it's a normal thing. God damn. Anyway. There are young conservatives willing to call Israel's actions in Gaza genocidal or question how establishing a violent apartheid state is furthering American interests. This doesn't mean there's any groundswell of sympathy for the Palestinians among right-wing Gen Z. Hey, you know what? At least they can acknowledge that all this, calling people goyim shit online, they don't actually give a fuck about Palestinians. It does preclude the ironclad support for Israel that Shapiro has always insisted is essential for any conservative. Chaos in Iran, meanwhile, has only damaged his standing further. Republican voters overall still back Trump, but support for MAGA is collapsing among the youth, which is to say Shapiro's audience. What is America First about incinerating an Iranian school for no reason? Wait, what? Just to be here 409, you can't even see an Angela White video without wondering if she's AI now too? What do you mean? Dog, don't say my goat. Don't come for my goat like that. Tell me she's not doing it. Come on, man. Don't do this to us. Not like this. It's like when Switch dies in the Matrix right now. Second Trump term, conventional conservatives are undoubtedly the power brokers. They'll have another 2.5 years to impose their will on the country and the rest of the world. Attempted regime change in Iran and Venezuela were great neoconservative projects. Marco Rubio might be the most important official in the Trump cabinet, and there's signs he's displacing J.D. Vance as the frontrunner for the 2028 nomination. No fucking way. The collapse of the Daily Wire can now be seen as dire warning for traditional Republicans. Young conservatives are now looking on as the Iran war rapidly devolves into a quagmire and seeing all the damage it has wrought. They view this as an outgrowth of Israeli foreign policy, and they don't like it. In a post-Trump future, they'll have little desire to repeat these interventions. Like the Rockefeller Republican of yore, the Shapiro Republican could go extinct entirely. Inshallah. Inshallah. No, but can you imagine? Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. May Fanny Loglegs needed to Google Angela White. Hey, look, I'm everybody does. Everybody I'm just saying, everybody does. Where was the there was another Nashville scene. Oh, even Nashville. Even damn. Daily Wire is in a death spiral 15 hours ago. It's been so funny to watch this happen. It really has. I've been waiting with and they couldn't have picked a better time to finally release that Rise of Merlin bullshit. Because it's just like it's the perfect funeral dirge. It's the perfect death knell. What about secular talk? Yeah, Taylor. Are y'all talking about AI or people doing AI ads? Yeah, I'm never doing. I could look. I don't do ads a lot. I should do them more because I need the money. Literally anybody who has sent me anything having to do with AI, I will write them back and tell them to kick rocks so they never contact me again. Tell them to kick rocks in not as nice terms as that, by the way. Hey, people. Oh yeah, Taylor Lorenz. Yeah, Taylor's use of AI is disappointing to me, genuinely. Yeah, really fucking. It's just a bummer seeing her. Not I want to say she's suffering from like AI psychosis or something, but like the way she talks so casually and normally about using it is like fucking. Yeah, wild antic. I think that's a good way to put it. Taylor's an odd one. Like I think Taylor is a. Oh, Johnny Viro, please show me that. Cheat, please show me that. I need it. I need it. I do still like Taylor. Like I think Taylor is a genuinely well-meaning person. I think she does a lot of really great research. I just disagree with her on some things. That's fine. Like I don't need everybody to fucking agree with me on everything. Oh. Once seen as a digital age successor to Fox News, The Daily Wire, which relocated from LA to Nashville, has suffered layoffs in a failed attempt to build a right-wing Hollywood over the past 12 months. Oh, longer than 12 months. That fucking sucks. Another streamer I like, Owen Telto, atheist, uses AI for his streams. That makes me cringe. Like, I get being a streamer, and I guarantee I don't make as much money as any of these folks. Certainly not Kyle Klasinski. So I get needing to save money, but just don't. Like, just it's not fucking worth it. Just don't. Like, don't cut corners. Pay a fucking artist to do shit. I'm talking to an artist. I'm so glad an artist just reached back out to me on Twitter. That I'll be able to commission with this upcoming paycheck, and
After you
ooh, that's loud.
and Daily Wire parted ways, that was what, a year and some change
A year and some change.
ago. I know people are interested to hear how all of that went down, and you've talked about it, of course. But did you have a moment of thinking, okay, maybe I'm kind of like just tapping out of this particular fight? Maybe it's just something else that I go into.
I need to see him almost fucking cry talking about his failure of a TV show. Please, God.
And the culture, political podcast wars, maybe that's just not for me anymore.
Well, yeah, 100%. My wife and I looked at houses in Maine, you know.
Oh, he's fucking bummed. That is the face of the person. Wait, hey, what happened, buddy? You were so proud. You were so proud when you made Lady Ballers. You were so proud when we were going to go up against woke Disney. When you spent like $1 million making fucking a Bluey knockoff that hired Rob Schneider and motherfucking Mr. Burcham. That good Adam Carolla gold. That sick Daily Wire exclusive. What happened, buddy? Why you look so down? Why you look so glum?
I didn't expect to be separated from the Daily Wire. It's not what I wanted.
Astro Calico, thank you for tier 1 for 7 months. Have another sub. Love your content. Thank you.
It's not
more fuel to keep me going.
Even could happen, much less would happen. It's the biggest blow I've ever gone through in my life. And yeah, I was beat and broken and thought, well, you know, I don't have to keep doing this. And for a long time, people would ask me, you know, what are you going to do next? And I didn't have a great answer to the question. I didn't know what I was going to do.
Unfucking believable. He has a bent key necklace. God, these guys are so fucking cheated.
In some ways, I still don't know what I'm going to do. But there was one day in particular where someone said, what are you going to do next? And it struck me kind of how funny of a question it was. And this example will sound very dark, but this is how the thought occurred to me. So I'm just sharing it exactly as it occurred to me. I thought, you know, if my wife left me for some other guy and took my house and took my kid and I was wallowing around sad right now, no one would ask me, what are you going to do next? As though the answer is date guys. I don't know. I'm going to do what I've always done. Like I'm still exactly who I was before this thing occurred.
A failure?
And obviously it's kind of a farcical and absurd way to think about it, but it did really sort of illuminate for me the reality of, no, you just are you. You've always done the things that you do. You do them because you're compelled to do them. You know, whatever it is in you that drives you, you know, has always driven you down similar paths. And so, of course, I'm just going to do the things that I've always done. And it was a really liberating realization that I didn't have to solve my future or reinvent myself or become something other than what I am. I just had to remember that it's okay to deal with embarrassment in life. It's okay to deal with setbacks in life. It's okay to not be where you thought you would be or not be where you want to be, which are...
Ooh. The cope. The cope. Do you think, by the way, do you think this little dingus would afford that level of grace to literally anybody else? The idea like, hey, you know, it's okay that you're in your 50s and you've completely wasted your career and you flushed any goodwill or future of Hollywood or screenwriting or directing down the drain by isolating yourself in this incredibly conservative reactionary space. Hey, buddy, sometimes, hey, that's just how it goes, okay? Sometimes you just isolate yourself from everybody else, okay?
Lessons that I knew very well in my 20s and 30s before Daily Wire because I failed a lot during that.
That should have been a sign. Look, buddy. Sometimes there are signs.
That period.
Here's your sign.
When my wife and I bought our first house, you know, this isn't something that everyone will relate to. But
no, the bent key necklace looks fucking dumb. Like, it doesn't look like a pendant. It just looks like you have a fucked up key. It looks like you lose your keys easily, so you have to put it around your neck. Otherwise, you'll lose your broken key.
We lived in LA, and when you live in LA, no one owns a house in their 20s. No one owns a house in their early 30s. Like, I had a couple of friends who owned their own houses, and they were all millionaires who had TV shows and movies, and so it sort of distorts your thinking. You know, yes, back home everybody owned houses, but in the city nobody did.
This is Johnny, thank you for bringing this up, because this is pure. Ooh, this is that unfiltered good copium. This is what we are seeing is a man who is unraveling through nothing but his own failures and actions. Who in the ultimate example of can dish it out but can't take it, is now giving himself every possible concession for why he has failed this far into his life so consistently. Every possible grace and concession. For somebody who spent years running an outlet that anytime a black teenager would be shot by a vigilante or wrongfully by a cop, they will jump to the defense of the police. That anytime anybody of a demographic they didn't like was killed or done some kind of violence, they negatively polarize themselves so much that reflexively they would advocate, if not openly for the violence done to those people, then advocating simply that, oh, it's a more complicated question. We don't know all the facts. What Matt Walsh would say whenever there was a fucking Nazi shooter. And now, here he is, whinging and whining and boo-hooing that, oh, well, you know, in your 30s and you come from the Midwest and people have that. Fuck off.
And then I had these friends, the Phelpses, who were in my tax bracket, and they bought a house. And it was great. They had all their friends over to help them do kind of the remodel before they moved in. You know, you'd come over and sand on the cabinets or whatever. And it was this kind of beautiful community experience of watching people who couldn't really play the game at the level that you thought you had to play the game, doing a thing. Mm-hmm. And it made my wife and I think, well, we should, if they could do it, we could do it. You know, and we started looking at houses in bad parts of town, you know, in very small places. And we decided we were going to take the biggest risk and buy a house. And there was a moment where we were driving and my wife said, you know, what happens if this doesn't work and we lose this house? I said, well, we'll move back into an apartment. And so we've lived in an apartment for, you know, a decade or whatever. You know, we've both lived in apartments. Why wouldn't we just move back into an apartment? And she said, well, but what would our friends think? And I said, our friends who all live in apartments?
Yeah.
Like, when you think about the question becomes a little kind of silly.
Again, just the idea, brother, you don't want to stop and rethink the whole capitalism thing for a second here? Why are you, as an adult who you've at least made money, I'll give you that. Why the fuck are you, as an adult who has had a long career, being like, oh, yeah, I guess we'll just move back into an apartment? It's nothing fucking wrong with that? That you... Crazy. Not even a blink about like, hey, this system's kind of fucked, huh?
Right? Like, and that's just life. You know,
Yeah.
I had a big, beautiful house. It cost me everything to build it. I was so proud of it. I was so proud of all the effort that went into it and all that it, you know, that we were able to do with it. And
Talking
then
about Daily Wire.
Talking about Daily Wire, and then I lost it.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing to move back into an apartment. I never wanted a podcast. If I wanted a podcast, I would have given myself a podcast 10 years ago. I had a top 10 podcast company. I could have given myself a podcast.
It would have been easier then.
It would have been a lot easier.
Yeah.
I had all the tools.
Yeah.
So I'm not in the place that I had hoped to be. I've moved back
Yeah.
into an apartment. And that's okay.
Yeah.
I'll just take the next step and do the next thing. and keep acting in concert with what I hope are, on the majority of days, rightly ordered priorities. Mission first, business second, ego considerations third.
Ha! Sure.
And I couldn't have dreamed of where my steps took me in relation to the Daily Wire. Certainly Ben and Caleb and I never imagined when we started that company where it would go, or the things that we would achieve, or the places that it would take us. And I think that that's just true of life generally. I have no idea where this new path leads, but I know that it's better to be an object in motion than an object at rest. And so the very first opportunity to get back into motion I took.
He has been reading a crazy amount of self-help books. I guarantee that shit. That's where that comes from. Like, every time he repeats a thing, well, it's better to be an object at motion than an object at rest. That's because last night, before he cried himself to sleep and took 5 more melatonin that's recommended, hoping he didn't draw breath in the morning, which doesn't work, by the way. I know before that, he just finished a chapter in like a Dr. Phil book. Well, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you.
And it's kind of exciting to think, well, we'll see where the path takes me.
Yeah. Looking back now,
Yeah.
is there anything, and you might have 10 things, but just one is fine, that you regret about your time at the Daily Wire?
Oh,
It could
yeah.
be your whole time there, or just how things kind of devolved there at the end that you wish you could change if you could.
Well, obviously life is replete with regret. And particularly if you're in the arena, you have to make a lot of decisions, and they're not always the right decision.
Like, can you? Oh, Jeremy, I need to hear you say the words "Rise of Merlin" right now. I need.
You try to do the best you can with the information that you have. I mean, I hired Candace Owens, which is a thing that I certainly regret in retrospect.
That's a great one to take credit for, by the way. El Salve, thank you for $2 to all queer and neurodivergents. I love you.
And certainly there were things toward the end
in
that if I could go back and change, I think the
arena
outcome would have been very different. And some of those things are probably beyond the scope of.
I guess I didn't even consider that aspect of it. Like, yeah, in a very real way, the Daily Wire, like, in multiple ways, the Daily Wire has been the hand of its own undoing. Like, they created one of the biggest forces working against, in conservative spaces, working against them, Candace Owens. They lifted Candace Owens from obscurity and mediocrity. Without Candace Owens crashing out at the Daily Wire over their fucking bullshit with Israel, Candace Owens very likely doesn't look anywhere. Her platform doesn't extend nearly as far in the modern information economy.
What I can really discuss in this conversation, but absolutely, I hate how things ended at the Daily Wire, and I hate a lot of my own choices in that process, and I hate other people's choices in that process too. Human relationships are incredibly complicated things. We kept a band together for a decade, and the Beatles didn't make it any longer than that either.
Jesus Christ.
Success comes with its own enormous challenges. Failures come with their own enormous challenges. Being at war constantly comes with enormous challenges. And so, on the whole, I'm so incredibly proud of the Daily Wire and all the people who contributed to its success along the path, and all the successes that we got to be a part of within the movement. The things that we made, for the most part, the voices that we amplified. Obviously, that's a very complex business too, where, when you cultivate talent for a living, I say often that being a director is like being a painter, but all of your colors have opinions. You don't.
You're a shit director, dog. You don't get to. I say often that being no. You can't be coming out here putting director as first up on your resume. You gotta distance yourself. You can't be like, people will ask, what did you direct? And if you say the Pendragon Cycle Rise of the Merlin, oh no, am I not on there? Damn, that's crazy. How did I not? Chapo Trap House. Ooh, I should watch that. I should watch the Pendragon Cycle or the Chapo review. Damn, I'll be there somewhere. Ooh, I'll be there somewhere to haunt your motherfucking dreams. You just gotta look for me.
You don't necessarily get to determine exactly what the painting's going to look like because they're in motion. And it's the same with all talent-based businesses, you know.
How do I feel about Nithya Rahman bombing both her Chapo and Hassan interviews? I think, man, Hassan needs to stop. He needs to stop jumping in so enthusiastically to support some of these folks. I'm gonna say that. Like, I get why he's doing it, but it's a bad fucking look when they turn out to be idiots like that. It's a bad look, and especially after all of the advocacy and public speaking and stuff he's done on those issues. Oof. Yeah, no, Hassan is on an arc right now. What kind of arc? I have no idea, but he's on it. Yeah, I think he's at a very strange crossroads where he's also trying to feel out what's happening. And I think he's struggling with the idea that like a lot of people watch him and a lot of people go to him for opinions and ideas and examples, who to follow and ideas to look into and research for yourself and all this shit. And so he has a response. Every streamer does. Doesn't matter what size they are. You have a responsibility to your audience to do your best to not mislead them. And I don't think he's doing it intentionally, but by not properly vetting and having interviews like that one, which again, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw a little bit of it. Oh, yikes. Oh yeah, Steyer, and he's also like kind of shilling for fucking Plattner, wasn't he? I have tuned out almost all information about that fucko, Graham Plattner. I'm so fucking tired of people dick riding him. Nehemiah, what did Hassan do? He's been just like really supporting a lot of fucking lib shit. Like I think that's the only way to say it. Like he had an interview. You can go look it up. There's more drama about it. I didn't watch all of it because I see the clips that come around and sometimes I watch them and I'm like, damn, dog, you shouldn't have had that person on. Yeah, Scout is taken, to say the least. Hassan interviewed an Indian woman who is running for office, and her answers about Palestine were very underwhelming. Yeah. Hassan is an idiot. I kind of wish there were bigger influences on the left than him. I don't think he's an idiot. I think he is a little bit of a himbo. Which like is fine. Like I think Hassan plays a very specific role in the future of like any left movement and the aesthetics of the left, because he's the only thing you really need to destroy the notion of like, oh, all these progressive men are just like these wimpy soy cuck betas and they can't even lift a hammer and they're just like, because he's like 9 feet fucking tall and built like a brick shithouse. But that kind of responsibility, I think I do agree that there is way too much weight on his shoulders. Like, I think he is outpaced by his influence, and I just straight up think that no person should have that level of like market share. And this isn't a jealousy thing of like, oh hey, save some of the views for everybody else, save some for the little guy. It's not that at all. It's just like, on a personal level, the idea of having so much constant attention put on you and constant pressure, like, I think that has a high potential to push him towards more lib shit. I feel like his privileges blinds him to a lot of stuff. I agree with that. But here's the thing. I agree with that, but I also think that, like, he does take effort to be better about that stuff. But there are still, like, vetting that needs to be done. And that candidate interview is the perfect example. El Salve, thank you. Oh, sorry, I already said that. Salve asked, how tall am I? I'm 5'11". Oh, yeah. Colleen Watley. Matt Bernstein interviewed one of the shit libs running for Michigan Senate. It was harsh, good interview, bad candidate. This was after already interviewing El Sayed. I'm thrilled to see Matt doing more stuff there. I've always liked A Bit Fruity, and I'm happy to see it continue being popular.
Our talent often say things that we disagree with. You know, in the case of Candace, they go so far that you are filled with regret about whatever role you played in it. But of course, it's just an occupational hazard, you know. But for the most part, I'm so proud of the work and the people. And, you know, certainly would not say in any way that I regret the experience or, you know, regret the journey. Yeah. Maybe a few of the...
Lab Child, as a Hassan fan, it's actually really refreshing to hear reasonable critiques of him rather than useless slander. I generally try to be reasonable in most of my criticism. But yeah, like I think it would be ridiculous to say that, like, oh, Hassan is a totally bad representation of everything. But like anybody, there's, you know, you can always improve. You should always want to improve. And I think, to me, the best thing I've seen from Hassan is that he is always willing to learn and do that work. And to me, that goes really fucking far.
Particulars.
Yeah. If someone were sitting in front of you and they were like, okay, I'm about to lead a company. I'm about to be CEO of a company. Maybe.
Why would you ask him? His company's going out of business. What is the logic of, you just spent 10 minutes talking to this person about how he fucked up every chance he's had in life, and you're like, hey, if there was somebody starting a new company and they wanted advice, what advice would you give them? I don't know, don't fuck up? Like, what are you expecting to hear? What wisdom would he give somebody else for the success of their company that he would not have tried himself to save his own career?
They would call themselves God King, maybe not.
Yeah, if I wanted to run a company into the ground, what advice would you give?
Lowercase.
Yeah, lowercase. What would be, like, if you just had 30 seconds with them to be like, okay, I got 30 seconds to give you the best advice about being a CEO of any kind of company that I can possibly give, what would you say?
Yeah. You have to make decisions. You know, it may sound obvious.
Bold.
But it isn't. The goal of the CEO is not to, well, the goal of the CEO is to make very good decisions. The responsibility of the CEO is to make decisions. And in many, many instances, the wrong decision is better than no decision. You know, all living organisms are either growing or they're dying. And
there you go. That's another self-help book shit. That is the kind of stuff that you only read if you are a, like, 35-year-old going through your first divorce and she's taking the kids, or you're just going through a straight-up midlife crisis. Hey, buddy, everything is either growing or dying. Hey, when you think about it, doesn't that just, wow, that really reframes your whole state of mind, buddy. Hey, pal, when you think about it, everything is either living or dying. Wow. Hey, think about it. Fuck off,
Companies
dude. Come on,
move
man.
so incredibly fast.
Yeah.
You know, all of your problems get harder at scale. You lie to yourself all the time and tell yourself, well, we're one hire away from this getting a little easier, or we're one deal away, or one transaction away from this.
See that. Yeah.
But all of it gets harder at every stage. You know, people engaged in startup culture, they don't sleep, they don't see their family, they don't eat regularly, their health falls apart. And they think, you know, once we get out of startup phase, that's when the problem, then your problems start.
Yeah.
I think about the phenomenon we see happening right now with talent, where we live in a moment where the network seems to be in decline and the sort of, you know, independent talent seems to be ascending. And
yeah, Drew Pruitt, 49.59. You're either getting better or you're fucking dying. Wow, thanks, Buddha. Oh my God. Yes, dude. Tell me about your fucking Dharma some more. That's wild. All right, let's go back to Daily Wire's in a death spiral. During the Biden presidency, Daily Wire dominated social media by pioneering rage bait and demonstrating a mastery of the burgeoning shareable video form. Oh, Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson also works at the Daily Wire.
Is he dead?
Inconclusive at this point. Last I heard, he was in another meat coma.
Meat coma? Oh, makes sense.
I couldn't tell if you were joking because you do that bit all the time. Hey. I mean, look, 1 million views a day ain't bad, but it's not great. Whoa, minus 10,000 subscribers. Do we go up 10? Yeah, I guess. Crazy. Okay. Hey. Lady, stop it. Get the evil dog down so she doesn't scratch Megs. Would you plug in the other neon light over there?
Yeah.
Thank you, baby. In August... Oh, I meant the blue one, too. The little black box. The company's... Oh, but thank you. I didn't even realize that one was off. Woof. Posting traffic around 10% of its 2023 high. Fuck, they were making so much money. Holy shit. No wonder they felt like they could start a movie production company. Fuck, dude. Oh my God, that's crazy. Less than 10%? They were Scrooge McDucking it. Ben Shapiro just fucking jumping into piles of gold ducats. Oh my God. Local layoffs reported May 1st are the surest sign Daily Wire's dollars are no longer making sense. A recent move towards feature film production that suffused plots with conservative values and anti-transgender narratives, as seen in 2023's failed satire Lady Ballers, slowly turned into an expensive mistake. The digital company's Nashville footprint is still somewhat blurry, with corporate addresses leading to downtown's UBS Tower and a UPS store, but it has coincided with the city's rise among conservative celebrities. Have a good one, Johnny Viral. Thank you for being here. Non-duckets. That's fucking crazy. Since the Daily Wire's relocation, Nashville has become a choice spot for figures like Michael Knowles, Owens, conservative pundit Tomi Lahren, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, which, by the way, baller for Nashville scene to not call it Secretary of War. They praise the city's combination of entertainment and dining options while crediting Tennessee's conservative lawmakers and the state's cultural associations with traditional lifestyles and Christianity. That maybe is the most privileged shit in the world. Yeah, we love the taco places here. We love the eateries. Entertainment and dining options. I know that shit's. I know they go and have the lamest food possible. All right, chat. We got one last thing to check out today. It has been a busy day. We have laughed, we have cried, and now we must mold. The mold must flow.
Lord of the Fleas has blessed us.
Already off with a banger. I'm loving it. Damn.
Us with yet another shit take on Twitter, this time alleging that black people benefit from systematic racism. We're going to debunk this nonsensical claim. And this time, I'll try to be as brief as I can for old double-digit IQ here, because my last video was too long for him. So I'll have to re-explain the start-stop buttons for you, Zach, because you were too pussy to respond to my previous video, where I cooked your monkey ass for over an hour. You know, the one where your excuse for ducking me was, "An hour is too long for me to grift." That's like 12 large Dr. Peppers, and even I can't rot my teeth out with that much. Isn't it strange how you respond to the video where I barely talk about you at all, where you lied and claimed I called you racist the whole video?
That's sad. Wow, mic drops, I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
So that was a fucking lie. But the video where I spent the length of a short film ramming my fist up your ass is the one you ran away from. So, since you missed it, red means shut the fuck up, I'm still talking. Green means it's your turn to speak. You seem to have difficulty understanding when someone hasn't finished making a point, so I have to get elementary on your ass. You are low IQ after all. Anyway, a few days ago, Zachariah here posted this tweet in response to Joe Bartolozzi refuting the claim that black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people. Let's have a listen.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence. Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
So, Joe is obviously correct, but his argument can do with a bit of cleaning up, and that's what I'm here for. What Joe is referring to is the correlation of poverty and crime. This is a very well understood phenomenon that those placed under economic strain, limited opportunities, and weakened social structures often resort to property and violent crime. A large body of criminology and sociology research has found a consistent relationship
TD
between
looks asleep.
poverty,
No, I'm listening.
inequality,
I'm just-
and
I
crime
am very
across many
tired.
different countries and ethnic groups.
I'm not
Studies from the
pulling a
United
Trump.
States, Indonesia, Latin America, Europe, and cross-national datasets all show that areas with higher poverty, unemployment, and economic deprivation tend to experience higher rates of certain crimes, particularly violent and property crime. A 2021 study published in the NLM found that more unequal societies tend to have higher crime, as well as lower social trust. Interestingly, the study also found that the more equal the distribution of resources, the higher the trust equilibrium, and that increasing punishment
Crazy.
severity is not effective at this goal.
It's almost like every single study and piece of data points to that being the case. Points to a more egalitarian and equal society with distributed resources being the best way to do things, and we shouldn't just cement all the resources at the top while everybody slowly becomes slave labor down below.
And that particular piece of information relates to our pal Pigpen here, where he has routinely argued for more severe punishment. Looks like the science disagrees with him. Surprise, surprise.
You can pause and say dumb shit now.
Anyway, similar findings have
Good
appeared in
shit. I
studies
like it.
examining crime in Mexico, Indonesia, Canada, and across the European Union, like this one here, where it's shown that people who are at risk of poverty report experiencing higher crime in their local area. So you see, this pattern is global and not unique to any ethnic group. Poor communities in parts of Eastern Europe and impoverished regions in Asia all experienced elevated crime rates compared to the wealthier populations around them. The same socioeconomic mechanisms observed in poor Black American neighborhoods are observed worldwide amongst people of entirely different ethnicities and cultures. Even the white supremacist's favorite non-white country, Japan, experiences higher crime rates when poverty and unemployment rates rise, as shown in this study. Moving
MLYP's
slightly
new
west,
video is
South
out. I
Korea
wanted
is
to watch
experiencing what they
this.
call a silver crime wave, where the
Fuck.
rise of poverty and its aging
That's over an
population
hour
has
long,
seen
though,
a
and we're almost
commensurate
to 4
rise in
hours
crime.
already.
All
I
of
wanted
this
to get
does
some
not mean
writing done
poverty
today, too, or
mechanically
some writing done
causes
tonight. I already
every
wrote this one.
individual to commit crime, nor does every poor community become highly violent.
I'll leave that
but the
for
broader
Wednesday.
statistical
We'll do that-
relationship between
we'll do
resource
MLYP on
deprivation and
Wednesday for
crime
sure.
appears repeatedly across continents and populations. This is why many scholars argue that racial disparities in crime are better understood through the lens of concentrated poverty, inequality, historical segregation, and access to opportunity rather than race itself. With crime in the United States is because Black Americans have historically faced disproportionate levels of concentrated poverty, segregation, underinvestment, and systemic exclusion
I'll
from
check them out,
economic
Chat, real quick.
opportunity, conditions that criminologists and sociologists have repeatedly linked to higher crime rates across every population on Earth, regardless of ethnicity. Once Black American slaves were freed, they immediately faced discrimination, a lack of economic opportunities, exclusion from wealth-building institutions, segregated housing, unequal education, targeted policing,
go
and
ahead.
widespread racial violence.
If we have somebody, one of our mods, if you would like to help support a up-and-coming queer artist, please, Awesome Stella, post that in the chat.
Each of those things on their own contribute to poverty, which I have just proven correlates with crime. Black people were subjected to all of them at the same time. The United States.
If y'all would like to give a couple bucks to Awesome Stella, we'll probably be shilling this a couple more times. We've had some really good donos today. If y'all have a couple dollars left, Nehemia and El Salve, I know you got a couple. Send some over to our wonderful mod, Awesome Stella, to help some artistic endeavors. I would certainly appreciate it.
States created a permanent underclass in the
Stella
form
would
of Black
too.
Americans by freeing formerly enslaved people without providing meaningful economic restitution, equal protection under the law, or fair access to housing, education, and employment, while simultaneously enforcing systems that kept many Black communities segregated, impoverished, and politically marginalized. So, Pop quiz, ass on mold. What do you do
shit.
when you don't have access to decent education, can't get a job, live in a slum, and can barely feed yourself? Statistically, you turn to crime. It's not a black thing, it's a human thing. So this is what Joe was trying to communicate, that black Americans face conditions that overwhelmingly correlate with higher crime rates, and that this is due to systemic racism. All those factors I just named were racist, and all of them were systemic. Redlining, or the process of systematically denying minority communities access to mortgages, loans, and investment based on their race, helped trap many black Americans in impoverished and underdeveloped neighborhoods for generations. That is obviously racist, that is systemic because it was a government-sponsored organization that invented this, and it was legal. Systemic racism.
Systematic.
If you own a home, you generally pass that home down to your children, and since your children are now not required...
We spoke of this, by the way, in the more recent video I just did on society and everything. And I will try and have some other videos up soon off of this stream, and then I am working on another video that will come out hopefully Saturday. That is, I'm hoping does really well. I think it's a subject that's really interesting. It's a little different than what I usually do, but I don't know. I kind of do a little bit of everything.
To use the majority of their income for housing, they are able to save, invest, pursue education, start businesses, and accumulate wealth more easily themselves, creating a compounding cycle of generational wealth. If you routinely deny black families the opportunity to own valuable real estate, you rob them of the opportunity to create generational wealth.
What is the racial wealth gap and why is everyone talking about it? The racial wealth gap is a measure of wealth inequality between racial groups in the U.S. Here's a prime example. Black families make up 14% of the population but own only 5% of American wealth, while white households make up 65% of the population but control 80% of the wealth. The gap traces back to the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation, which led to freedom for almost 4 million Black Americans. By 1860, their labor accounted for 60% of U.S. exports, $200 million a year, where Black Americans received nothing. No land, no money. Without any money or land, how could newly free Black Americans create wealth? The second barrier to building wealth, housing discrimination.
One significant driver to the racial wealth gap, as I mentioned before, is going to be home ownership. Home ownership is a significant driver of wealth, whereby every year of home ownership, homeowners gain about $14,000 in equity. Conversely, if you don't have access to home ownership, you don't have access to that type of equity and that cushion that you could get from having money saved from home ownership.
Housing discrimination allows banks to deny home loans to the Black community through a practice called redlining. Redlining was a government-sponsored practice of denying mortgages and other financial services to segregated Black and brown neighborhoods. It's called redlining because bankers literally drew red lines around undesirable communities. One Black household in a middle-class community was enough to make the federal
I would do
government
less.
deny
Like I would.
mortgage loans.
I understand that this video is very well summarizing, but like. I have like a hard 30-second is the amount, unless it's, and this is doing a really good succinct job of summarizing it, but like you don't need to copy it or repeat it word for word, but you can paraphrase, you can reinterpret it, you can make this your own without, I feel, losing any of the important information here. And that also isn't, I think just the using somebody else's video this long is, I think it's not great.
In that area. As a result, Black families turned to predatory lenders or were shut out from home ownership completely.
We just keep having to fight battles, but a lot of the things that have happened to Black folks in America were orchestrated and they were legal. They were systemic. I mean, it wasn't like it just happened that way. It was designed to be that way.
And like all forms of systemic racism, the downstream effects are seen in the modern day. And by the way, this is the United States Treasury website literally admitting one of the factors for this gap is due to the United States government. They are admitting their policies stifled Black home ownership. Systemic racism. fucking line from this genius is that black people benefit from systemic racism. Now, I know what Zach is trying to say here, that through policies like affirmative action, black people benefit, and that because affirmative action is a governmental policy, that is systemic. The problem with this line of logic is that it's not racism. Yes, affirmative action effectively produced outcomes where an equally qualified white man could be disqualified for an equally qualified black man, but this process also held that an equally qualified white woman would be chosen over an equally qualified black man. In fact, white women were the largest beneficiaries of DEI and affirmative action policies. So by definition and by practice, affirmative action wasn't a systemically racist policy because all ethnic groups benefited from that policy and it disproportionately affected gender. So it is a lie that affirmative action was racist. The best you could argue here is that it is somewhat discriminatory towards white men, and white men specifically, because it literally benefits every single other group. And even then, that would be a lie, as affirmative action includes mandates for hiring veterans and people with
Goblin Culinary, thank you for, I completely missed this. Thank you for 50 bits. I live in Tennessee. I can assure you that Michael Knowles has come to my restaurant a few times. There's an above average amount of spit in his food. Godspeed. Godspeed. When I met Michael Knowles, I did not get the chance to spit in his food.
disabilities. Both groups' white men make up a significant portion. So no, affirmative action and DEI are not a form of systemic racism. And no.
Versus, thank you for 336. Thoughts on Ronda Rousey defeating Gina Carano? Sure, like get that bag, girls. Their time in any kind of spotlight, I feel, is basically over. Like they didn't even put up really a good. It was like, what was it? 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Like it was fucking there and done. Like damn, yeah, that shit's wild.
Black people and other minority groups do not enjoy preferential treatment at the expense of white and Asian people. Like, are you unaware that Asians are a minority group in the United States too? Why would you group those two together, Zach? Are you referring to the ridiculous Supreme Court ruling Students versus Harvard? Setting that aside for the moment, what other areas are black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asian people besides the overstated college admissions issue? Give examples. I'm sure everyone would like to hear them, Zach.
17
And
seconds?
please, be very specific.
God damn.
Back to the Supreme Court issue, we currently have a compromised Supreme Court that is doing its damnness to implement overwhelmingly conservative policies and rulings, and these rulings almost always come at the expense of black Americans. Its ruling in Students v. Harvard was a joke because the prosecution's claim hinged on the idea that American institutions like Harvard already operate on a level playing field, which we know they don't. At Harvard specifically, there are legacy admissions, donor preferences, networking advantages, and wealth inheritance that disproportionately benefit white students. Somehow, the group suing Harvard ignored all of that to focus on the 18% of the class of 2027 who were black. 18%. This number decreased to 14% after the Supreme Court's ruling. The Asian cohort went from 37% to 37%. Literally zero change to them, but a 4% drop in black student admission. Which, if you haven't been paying attention, is the fucking goal. The group that sued Harvard, Students for Fair Admissions, headed by this guy, Edward Blum, who has dedicated his entire career to dismantling
Again, I would say also, like, it's not wrong to use Wikipedia as like a secondary source, but I think, I don't know, for like, for a compilation of accolades and stuff like this, it's fine, but I think there's a lot of I think, again, there are better ways you can illustrate this for your audience than just being like, here's Wikipedia. Yeah, exactly. Wikipedia has a bibliography. That's like, I don't fault people for using Wikipedia's bibliography because it brings you to a lot of really good, rich sources. But
progress in racial equality and specifically black representation. Bush versus Vera.
Sweater wearing a tree. Tokens get spent, lol. Who are you talking about?
A Supreme Court case against redistricting in Texas that sought to increase racial minority representation in Congress. Fisher versus University of Texas, another Supreme Court case regarding affirmative action in a college. Shelby County versus Holder, a Supreme Court case concerning pre-clearance. Or
Megan Fox's giant boobs. It's Asmongold. Is he really worth more effort than Wikipedia? You're probably right, actually. You're probably right.
the right of the federal government to approve of voting law changes of certain states that had a history of racial discrimination, i.e., the South. This one was important because it resulted in a landmark decision that allowed historically racially discriminant states in the South to fuck with voter ID laws, removing the most effective protection against racial voter suppression. Doesn't that sound familiar? The legacy of Edward Blum. That's this guy's entire goal, to roll back civil rights protections, especially those that affect or benefit black people. Just like I pointed out in my last video, it's a strange coincidence everything Zach promotes is backed by some white guy whose life goal is to shit on black people. So this is why Zach said white and Asian Americans in his tweet. Because like most people that promote white supremacist rhetoric, he's weaponizing Asian people against black and Hispanic people in the United States. This is a very common tactic known as the model minority myth. Zach nor Edward Blum give a flying fuck about Asian people. Asians are just a pawn in their game.
No
a
Fed
game
posting,
that,
sorry.
when that game is won, will be turned against Asians. And unfortunately, some of them are too fucking stupid to recognize that.
Ooh, I wonder if he's a civil rights movement as you know it is a lie. Here's the first 5 minutes of my new Kangman Lee. I hate this motherfucker. Much of what we know as black history is curated lies and propaganda decide to rewrite American history, grant opportunistic blacks preferential treatment, and exploit well-meaning Americans. Ooh, hate these motherfuckers. Ooh, hate these motherfuckers. No, MB Femfairy, they're not saying that you are a Fed. It's Fed posting is anything like that. Alrighty, chat. We've had a good night. We've had a good stream. I've got to go eat and walk a dog. But I want to thank everybody for being here. Stay tuned to the channel. We have a lot of videos coming up. Oh my goodness, I have so many videos coming up. I'm having a lot of I've been working hard, I'll put it that way, since I got back. And I'm excited to make some, maybe, yeah, probably not smaller. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, no, they'll be short. They're not gonna be. I have a video I'm working on The Suffering 2 and the PlayStation 2 game, and then I have a video I'm working on The Punisher, and then a bunch of other smaller stuff. And as always, if you missed anything on the stream, the most valuable stuff will be put up in stream highlights. Nope, I don't need to. Nope, there we go. Yep. Nope. Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh my goodness, baby. Alrighty, chat. Ooh, we've got actual Jake streaming too. We got a lot of people today. Let's do Riverboat Jack. Let's go say hi. And please, everybody go say hi to Jack. Go send some love her way. And we will be back Wednesday. We have MLYP's newest video on 4chan and the history of, as well as other stuff we didn't get to tonight.